YouTube. We'll start with a short video in just a moment, just allowing people time to log on. I see the number of attendees increasing. Welcome, everybody. And while we wait everybody to join, we start with just a quick video. I see the number of attendees increasing. Welcome.
Good day, everyone. I'll take this moment to remind everyone on the Zoom that we have simultaneous interpretation. Select the language you would like to listen to at the interpretation icon on the lower part of your screen. You can choose English or French. Welcome to the Regreening Africa Roundtable on unlocking large-scale land restoration practices, approaches, and benefits in Sub-Saharan Africa. This is an event of the EU-funded project on Regreening Africa, managed by the C4ICRAF and implemented by a wide range of partners. As we get started, we'd be delighted to know who we're interacting with. We're so happy that you have joined. So if you could kindly please share your affiliation, your name, your country in the chat box. We'd be delighted to have those introductions. Thank you so much. So we're very excited to have you here. We have a number in the Zoom webinar, and we're also have many participating through social media on Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook. So thank you again for joining. And right now, we just have a few slides on logistics. Our 4-hour roundtable will be divided into 5 sections: a brief welcoming and stage setting, then 3 sessions of 1 hour each, scaling out context-based practices for session 1, Regreening Africa Science Practice Policy Partnership for session 2, and session 3 will cover economic and policy incentives. And we will end with a brief reflections and summary by a number of our valued guests, and we look forward to closing at the appointed hour. For those of you to know, in each of the sessions, we will have a series of dynamic speakers. We will have questions for the attendees. We'll have questions from you. And at the end of each session, a brief stretch break. And we will end up with the set of speakers who reflect on the event at the end and tell us what Regreening has brought to their tables. Now, how do we participate? We want to just say a few things about this. We are using a webinar format on Zoom platform and streaming on social media, as I've mentioned. On Zoom, you can select the French or English language. On social media, the language that will be heard will be the language spoken. On Zoom, we invite you to register your comments and insights in the chat box. And on social media, please register your comments in the comments section. And then the next set of logistics, we ask you to post questions throughout the session on Zoom by clicking the Q&A and registering your questions. On social media, register your questions in the comments section. We will be fielding the questions at the end of sessions 1, 2, and 3. For our speakers, we please invite you to keep time, be as brief as you are brilliant. We are getting ready to have some welcoming remarks. Let's go ahead and get started. And in just a moment, I'm going to introduce our opening speakers, who are Mika Born Oching, Ravi Prabhu, and Bernard Krabe. I want to also recognize our facilitators. My name is Constance. Our other facilitators, both in terms of process and in terms of technical, Patrick Worms, Lee Winawicki, and Pierre Andrea Pirani. And I also want to give a special thanks to many people behind the scenes and the communication teams from Tree Shake, Cans Collective, and C4ICRAF. Now, before I turn it over to our program manager, Mika Borm, I wanted to set a bit of a frame in the next slide. Land restoration happens at the local landscapes, in the local landscapes, and there are implementation actions, aspirations, goals, and commitments from the local landscape to the global level. Each of these different scales are influenced by and influence each other. During 2021, we gained excellent momentum for land restoration and the accompanying benefits during the launch of the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, and also the FAO Advancing Food Systems Thinking in Action through the UN Food Summit. And we ended as well with commitments from the IPCC, Sixth Assessment, and the COP27. Through the remainder of the year, we have a number of upcoming events for land restoration to shine: the GLF Africa Conference, the UN Convention on Biodiversity, and the first Africa UNFCCC COP, COP27. We see this as an opportune time to have this roundtable focused on unlocking large-scale restoration practices, approaches, and benefits, to share successes, to capture messages, all that can be taken forward to accelerate the scaling of land restoration. And now with that, it's my great pleasure to introduce Mika Bourne, Program Manager for Regreening Africa.
Thank you so much, Constance. And it's wonderful to see people coming online. We have over 400 people registered, and I can see that people are joining quite quickly. So welcome to all of our participants. And we'll be reminding in the chat some of the housekeeping if you've missed it on the introduction. So as Constance mentioned, my name is Mika Bourne. I'm the Program Manager for Regreening Africa, and I'm based in Nairobi, Kenya, working at C4ECRAF. So I'd like to give a very brief introduction to Regreening Africa, because for the next few hours, you will be hearing all of the different dimensions about the partnership, the practices, and the approaches that we're using in the program. So Regreening Africa is a very ambitious program. It started in 2017, and it aims to reverse land degradation across 1 million hectares of land over these countries that you can see on the map, 4 in West Africa and 4 in East Africa, and to benefit over 500,000 households. The program aims to incorporate trees into croplands, communal lands, and where appropriate pastoral areas with complementary land management practices and other approaches. The program has been very successful. By its 4th year, it had already reached out to over 400,000 households and over 600,000 hectares. And we're in the process of completing inline surveys to be able to verify the number of households and hectares that are actually taking up these practices, the level of reversal of land degradation that we're seeing, and the benefits to those households. You'll be hearing later about a Regreening Africa app that we're using in the program, and that has already been able to capture over almost 400,000 hectares and over 140,000 households, so that we're able to track these areas over large periods of time. So Regreening Africa has been a very successful program in achieving its targets so far, and we really look forward to sharing some of the lessons and some of the experience that we've had. Just a very brief outline on the sessions. We have these 3 sessions today, as Constance has outlined. One of them focusing really around the practices and how we adapt them to the local conditions, both environmental and the local needs, taking into account the situation now and the changes that can be expected in the future. Our second session will really look at the science practice policy partnership, how we've brought together a diversity of actors to inform policy and incentives, as well as provide technical support on practices. And the third session will primarily focus around incentives, equitable economic as well as policy incentives that really provide a driver and an incentive for those that are practicing land restoration on the ground. These sessions are, of course, interrelated and linked, but we have separated them to provide some guidance and structure to the program. So we're really excited to hear from a range of speakers from all of these different countries to hear about the science, the practice, and the policy, and we look forward to interacting with you as we go. So I'm handing back over to you, Constance, just as I mentioned that we are also on the road to GLF Africa. So we'll be putting into the chat how you can also register for GLF Africa, which will take place next Thursday. And this is looking across Africa on equitable, resilient food future. And we're very excited that Regreening Africa is on this road to GLF Africa and contributing to the large ambitions on the continent.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Mika. And now I'm delighted to invite welcoming remarks. First from Dr. Ravi Prabhu, the Director of Innovation, Investment, and Impact at C4ICRAF, and he will be followed by Mr. Bernard Krabbe, Team Leader, Environment Mainstreaming and Circular Economy with the European Commission, DG International Partnerships. Ravi, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Constance, and thank you very much, Mika, for setting the scene. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear a lot about the amazing achievements of this project. There'll be focus on technologies and approaches and all these kinds of things. In my opening remarks, I want to focus on three things: ambition, people, and belief. This program, when it came to us, and Bernard will speak a little bit more about this, was clearly, as Mika pointed out, extremely ambitious, trying to do a great deal with very little. It was very clear to all of us that this would not work if we tried to do business as usual. So we set out right from the beginning to do business unusual, and you'll hear more about that today. I'm not going to go into that very much. But in order to do business unusually, you have to have faith in each other and in the people around you, in your teams. And this is what I want you to listen for as you hear all of the remarkable achievements: the collaboration, the innovation, the adaptation, the willingness to learn, and above all, the willingness to care enough to believe that despite the odds that you can get this done. This is important not just for the Regreening project. We face at the moment challenges that, all of us would really like to just close the door, shut the windows, and shut out of our lives. But it is exactly those kinds of challenges that we need to rise to, and that means trusting the right kind of people, believing, innovating, learning, and therefore delivering. So I don't want to take much more time because you've got an exciting program ahead of you. It has been an incredible privilege for me to be associated with this program from the beginning. And 5 years ago, if anybody had told me that this is where we were going to be, I would not have believed them, because I genuinely thought we may get halfway there, we may get a little bit more than halfway there, but we won't get all the way there. And that is all due to the kind of people who have engaged, not just in the project teams, but their counterparts in the communities who have risen to the challenge in landscape after landscape after landscape. This is an incredible story. Enjoy it. Back to you, Constance.
Thank you so much, Ravi. And I really appreciate those words to kick us off. Bernard, may I turn it over to you, please?
Sure, certainement. J'espère que vous m'entendez. Et permettez-moi de dire quelques mots en français parce qu'il est important de rappeler qu'effectivement, les pays impliqués dans ce programme important sont aussi en large part francophones. Donc, je vais commencer par quelques mots en français. C'est un plaisir d'abord, et je vous remercie pour cette invitation. C'est toujours un plaisir de participer aux événements organisés par ce programme extrêmement intéressant qui est Reverdir l'Afrique. C'est un plaisir de partager cette journée avec nos amis. J'en vois quelques-uns: Ravi, Denis, Mick, Constance, Elvis, Patrick et tous les autres. Et je voudrais aussi mentionner spécifiquement aussi non seulement les amis du CIFOR et de World Agroforestry, mais aussi les amis des organisations partenaires, parce que sans ces organisations partenaires, le programme ne serait pas où il est aujourd'hui. World Vision, ils sont à l'écran. World Vision, Catholic Relief Service, CARE, Oxfam, Sahel Eco et The Economics of Land Degradation, GIZ. Donc, merci à tous d'être là. C'est un plaisir de partager cet après-midi avec vous. Back to English, if you allow me. So The EU is definitely a proud supporter of this program. We were there at the inception. It's a co-creation. It was a pleasure to co-create this. And it's very nice to see 4 years after the inception, indeed, as Ravi said, that we have gone such a long way. It's the figures, I think, that Mika just presented a talk for themselves. As Ravi said, this program is business unusual, and indeed, I think it's extremely important considering the context. We see that the overall context and the way a climate is changing is calls from us definitely business unusual approaches. We see and we hear it from everywhere. It is code red for humanity. It's not anymore, as Johan Rockström said yesterday or the day before yesterday in the launch of a new book of the follow-up to the Meadows report. It's not that we are heading to the wall. We are now hitting the wall. And so as part of the solution, trees and healthy soils are essential. We will not achieve climate neutrality quickly unless we grow trees and unless we better manage our soil. They are essential to avoid climate breakdown and the collapse of societies, definitely, but they're also essential, more basically, of course, to build these productive and resilient food systems that we need. And we see again with the current food crisis that it's essential to promote these sustainable food systems. They are essential to mitigate the impacts of droughts. They are essential to protect us against floods. They are essential to sustain livelihoods. I think this is known by everybody around the table, but it's very important to recall that in the context that we are in today. So this program, again, as I said, it's not one among many programs that we are supported. It's very much close to our heart. It's important. It's an amazing program. It was conceived as a pilot to influence, to inspire, and to inform broader action, both by partner governments and by EU delegations across the world. We have seen through the achievement, it went well beyond simply a pilot. We have achievements at scale. Again, more than 400,000 households, more than 600,000 hectares. That's simply amazing. And we believe there is a lot to learn from this program. So the event of today is extremely important in terms of documenting what we do. And we believe we need to do a lot in the coming 6 months and beyond to document everything that we have done and to spread the word around. So I really invite you to reach out to partner governments, to EU delegations, to other donors, with all the takeaways that you will take from today's meeting, because there is a lot to learn from here. And this is not simply a project. I think we had the ambition of this being the start of more than a project, but of a movement. And again, we see the event of today not as the closing or the start of the closing of project, but really the beginning of a new phase where we can mobilize a much broader community around this effort. And this is important for many of the EU priorities, obviously. First, the importance of building sustainable and resilient agricultural and food systems across the world, but in particular in Africa, which is particularly important. We see it every 6 or 7 months. We have a wake-up call that recalls us on how it is important to work on agriculture. We have a new one with now the war in Ukraine. It's important for biological diversity, and this year will be important with the CBD and the UN Decade on restoration. And it's important as well from an EU standpoint to support the Great Green Wall implementation. You know that there is a very bold and important commitment of the EU to support this Pan-African initiative, which is driven by many friends in Africa, including Elvis that I see here on the screen. So we hope that this program can contribute to build the momentum around the Great Green Wall. And that's really the ambition of the EU, to build upon Regreening Africa, to have impactful action in support of the Great Green Wall. So I will not take much more time, but again, I wishing you fruitful discussions today. I will try to attend as much as I can. This is again a subject close to my heart as an agronomist and an environmentalist. But again, an invitation to continue in the coming months to reach out very actively to all the stakeholders that need to be mobilized around this agenda, starting with our delegations in your countries in Africa. If we can facilitate these contacts, we will do it, and trying to mobilize based on the remarkable achievements of this program. Thank you, Constant. Sorry, I have been a bit long, and the floor is back to you.
Thank you so much, Bernard. We certainly appreciated those messages. You were very enthusiastic about the fact that it can be done and the urgency to keep on getting it done. Thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mika Born to start out our first substantive session. Mika, over to you.
Thank you so much, Constance, and thank you to Bernard and Ravi for wonderful opening remarks. We are just about to start our first session, which is really looking at scaling out context-based practices. And I would like to invite my colleague, Sammy Carson, to just speak to the next two slides.
Thank you so much, Mika. So really, a Regreening Africa project restoration approach has involved accelerating tree establishment in degraded areas, really following locally relevant options. And one of those locally relevant options is farmer-managed natural regeneration. In other contexts, of course, like in Somalia, where we have a pastoralist economy, they call it pastoralist managed natural regeneration. So again, us taking an adaptive management approach and not looking at this option as a silver bullet, but really refining applications that actually serve restoration needs and also people's needs. So we've combined this with also other opportunities, like, of course, targeting degraded communal areas, and especially in the context of Ethiopia, where we actually see a lot of degradation in communal areas, given that management is limited and given that open access is actually the norm. So applying open enclosures and also exclosure plans so that we actually having restoration happening. So to avoid the common mistakes often occurring with a lot of projects, doing tree planting, we combine a lot of efforts again to enrich what is happening in FMNR plots, and especially because we see situations where diversification of FMNR plots becoming an important issue, because a lot of course, degradation has happened and a lot of trees and stumps have already been removed, and the soils are actually losing the seed that would regenerate. So we've combined the FMNR approach with enrichment planting so that we are actually also having a bit of high-value tree to combine to what we are actually offering communities, but also then adapting to management approaches that integrate trees and optimize tree integration within farms. So looking at opportunities and niches, we can actually include trees along contours, along homesteads, but also as trees serving as fodder banks, woodlots, and also fruit orchards. So we've been approached by a lot of stakeholders to support public area planting, roadside planting, community areas, communal hills, restoration, parks, restorations, but also we've tried to adapt a lot in terms of accelerating planting activities through direct sowing options. One of the other innovations that we've had is really looking at grafting, especially because we're talking about fruits, and also improving some of the varieties that communities are using. So another approach that we've encouraged and really promoted is use of home gardening, and especially for women, where there is no control of land areas or farming areas or communal areas. So bringing some of the options in terms of tree uses in gardening patterns, and especially for leafy vegetables, really to support also food provisioning. Next slide. Yes, so and again in most contexts, what you've seen is it's not enough to only do tree planting. So a lot of demand again to look at the broader issues in terms of the physical situation of the soil, looking at what can we do in terms of soil and water conservation. So a lot of structural support to communities to really do earth mounds, to do stone beds, to do contour planting, to also look also at the soil health in terms of manure application, but also biomass incorporation. But all these practices again don't go alone. So a lot of work going on into supporting the practices application in terms of looking into what tree genetic resources can actually be availed to communities so that they're actually diversifying what they're producing, what seeds are available, what science are available, and all these things that actually go into tree planting. So we've managed to install quite a number of nurseries. We managed also to look into trees genetic resources sourcing issues by establishing mother blocks that actually people can access, and nurseries can also access materials for raising tree seedlings. So one of the other options that we've had is actually installing rural resource centers. So a peer learning hub where communities can come together and link up with the local advisory services and the extension, what we call RRCs, to actually obtain the knowledge and the materials to accelerate tree growing. Another crucial element, I think, of the work has involved pest and disease management, and especially when you're talking about some of the sites where communities have adopted fewer species. So we look at pest and disease management options, so providing guidelines and trainings to actually sort of mitigate problems of pest and disease. I'll leave it there, Mika.
Great, thank you so much, Sammy. So that's just a quick snapshot of the practices that have been really central within Regreening Africa. And I just wanted to summarize a little bit on the advisory models. So of course we have these practices, but the way we're reaching out to the community, there's been a variety of models. As you've seen, there's many implementing partners, and you're about to hear from them. But just as an overview, we have the sort of training, the transfer of technology, direct farmer training, working with government extension. We've also been utilizing lead farmer trainer or farmer to farmer approaches to allow for a large reach within communities, and also community-based organizations or community network-based scaling approaches, looking at saving groups, church groups, different sports, community forest associations, and others. So we just wanted to give this highlight as we go into the cases to show the breadth of the types of advisory models and practices that are really promoted within the program. So some key messages leading into this session that we hope you will keep in mind is really that this large scale, impactful restoration is possible. That we need to match our practices. There is no silver bullet. We need to match a variety of practices to both the present and potential future local contexts, environmental and needs. And that we need to embed our implementation in local processes and structures. So now I'd like to hand over to Constance to outline the cases, and then we'll be moving into the first case presentation.
Thank you so much, Mika, for setting that stage. So right now we are Thank you so much, Mika. I so appreciate that stage setting. So right now we'd like to have presented 3 case studies. We're going to hear from Ethiopia around the enclosures, and that will be by Malefia Tadele from the Catholic Relief Services. From Rwanda, we're going to hear about tree nursery cooperatives and farmer trainers from Felix Mulindangabo from World Vision. And from Senegal, we'll hear about farmer managed natural regeneration from Anna Daba Ndiaye from World Vision. And all of these cases will be followed by the preliminary results on uptake and adoption from Wolde Johannes Tesfaye, agriculture economist and impact and acceleration scientist from C4 ICRA. So with that, I would also, we will be asking a question in the chat box. We hope you will be responding and continue to present your questions. And with that, I turn it over to our good colleague, Malefia.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Malefia. I'm the project manager for Regreening Africa project at Catholic Relief Services in Ethiopia. And I'm going to share with you CRS and World Vision Ethiopia experience and exclosure management. You know, exclosures are the main land restoration tools in Ethiopia to achieve this regreening target. So I will talk about how these exclosures are successful from our own experience. But to give you some background information, land degradation is a serious problem in Ethiopia, with more than 80% of the land is degraded to some degree. So to restore this degraded land, the country has designed various strategies, policies, and also programs since the 1980s. So these exclosures are a key land restoration strategy in Ethiopia to restore these degraded lands and also to realize this ambitious land restoration targets that Ethiopia has pledged under the AFR 100 and Bond Challenge. So the country has pledged to restore 22 million hectares of degraded land. So the Regreening Africa project targets also contribute to the national overall targets. So these exclosures are mainly these degraded hillsides and communal grazing lands protected by the communities by using these bylaws and social fencing mechanisms. So in addition to the protection using bylaws, these exclosures are also supported with these soil and water conservation structures, assisted natural regeneration, and also enrichment planting based on the context of the area. Next slide, please. So the implementation approach that we followed with the Regreening Africa project were, prior to designing an area into an exclosure, awareness raising campaigns and community consultations were conducted. And then following these consultations, the local community and the local government selects the area to be put under area exclosure, and then the sites will be demarcated. So after the demarcation, the communities, mainly the unemployed youth and the landless, including women, organized into groups and also receive these land user certificates from the local government. So following this, these community groups organized in these exclosures also trained on various regreening practices like FMNR, tree management practices, as well as the silvicultural practices to strengthen their capacity on restoring and managing these exclosures. So in addition to this, the communities also establish these local bylaws and also develop management plans and business plan with the support of the local government and the project in order to manage and protect the exclosure. So these bylaws are really important in the management of exclosures, and these are just agreements and rules established by the local community to guide the management and protection of exclosures. And these bylaws also define the roles and responsibilities of the members, the membership criteria, the benefit sharing mechanisms, as well as the type and amount of penalties to be paid because of these rule violations. And bylaws also used to resolve these emerging conflicts within groups. So once these bylaws are established and the communities are organized and their capacities are built, the communities will practice this regreening practice, will implement these regreening practices in the exclosures, and also protect the site from those intruders with the support of the local government. Next slide, please. So, the major achievements to date were, to highlight some of the key achievements, when the implementation began, most of those sites were, some of the sites were bare lands. In some sites, there were scattered bushes and some remnant vegetation, as you can see in the pictures. So in the past 4 years, more than 100,000 hectares of this degraded communal land were demarcated and put under the area exclosure scheme in 4 regions in Ethiopia. So we have also witnessed that there is an increased vegetation due to natural regeneration and enrichment planting. And this was happened because of the implementation of this FMNR, enrichment planting, and other regreening practices. So in addition to this, tree management practices were also introduced in these exclosures, and this was really a big achievement for Regreening Africa project, because one of the main limitations of this exclosures in Ethiopia was the communities were not allowed to utilize the resources in the exclosures, except this cut and carry grass and practicing beekeeping. But because of our negotiation and engagement with the local government, and we raised the awareness of the stakeholders at local level on the importance of these silvicultural practices and resource utilization to ensure sustainability. So we managed to introduce these silvicultural practices in some pilot area closures in Ethiopia. And there is also an increase in species diversity and composition in those area exclosures, and reduced flood and erosion also witnessed in these exclosure sites. And there is also a job opportunity created for those unemployed youth in the local, with the local community. So these are just the main achievements that we witnessed in the past 4 years. Next slide, please. So, when we realize these positive impacts with land restoration in the past 4 years, so the key to achieving these restoration goals were incentives. Incentives are really key to motivate the local community and also to actively engage those community members in land restoration. So we realized this at the beginning of the project, and we incorporated this tree-based value chain based on the site potential. So within the past 4 years, community groups have been benefiting from this exclosure through this tree-based value chain. So to mention some of the benefits that the communities are received, the groups benefited by selling grass, fruits, and seedlings from exclosures. And there is also an improved access to animal fodder and fuel wood. Communities are also getting additional income through beekeeping activities and also fruit orchard by selling these high-value fruits to the local community. They are gaining additional income. And there is also production of tree seedlings by these youth groups, and they're selling in the market and generating income. So these benefits and income generating activities highly motivated the local community to actively engage in land restoration. Next slide, please. So in the past 4 years, we have also faced with some challenges. So the main challenge that we faced was first this the limited capacity of the local government on the management of exclosures and silvicultural practices. And there was also uncontrolled grazing in these exclosures in some parts of the country. And the conflict in Tigray region was the main challenge. And we have also witnessed some opportunities in these restored exclosures. Mainly, now the communities are producing this honey in these restored area exclosures. So, and there is this high demand in the local market for quality honey. So by expanding this beekeeping activities and honey production in these area exclosures and increasing the quality of honey, the packaging, and also branding, the communities can receive this premium price by selling organic forest honey in the market. And these exclosures also can also be upgraded into ecotourism sites and improve the livelihoods of the local community. And exclosures can also be a source of quality timber poles and also benefit the local communities. These are the opportunities that we have identified. Next slide, please.
Malefia will be finishing up soon. Thank you.
Okay, next slide. Okay, so the key lessons and messages are first, strengthening the capacity of the local stakeholders on silvicultural practices and sustainable resource utilization is critical to enhance the productivity of these exclosures and also to provide these meaningful economic benefits to the local community. And a strong collaboration between government, community, and community-based organizations also contributed to the success in restoration. And exclosures also are effective in restoring these degraded lands. However, emphasis also should be given to improve also the productivity of these exclosures to provide this meaningful economic benefits to the local community and also to enhance sustainability in the long term. And these exclosures also strengthen this community cohesion and teamwork. And next slide. I'm almost done. Yeah, providing this land user certificates to the local communities also created this sense of ownership and also empowered the local communities. And improving access to diversified and quality planting materials to enhance the productivity of exclosures is through enrichment planting is also important in order to make these exclosures productive and provide these livelihood options to the local community. Yeah, thank you. By this, I finish my presentation.
Thank you so much, Malefia. That was brilliant. And we so appreciate your letting us know all of the parameters that have to be in place and that connection to the important bylaws. We greatly appreciate your presentation. And Malefia, there is a question in the Q&A if you want to type an answer. And otherwise, we'll get to it at the end of this session. So with that, I'd love to introduce now Felix Mulindangabo, who is our good colleague from World Vision Rwanda. Felix, over to you.
Yes, thank you so much. I hope you can hear me well. All right.
It's perfect.
Good morning and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, from your respective location. My name is Felix Mulindangabo. I work with World Vision in Rwanda and support the Regreening Africa project in the foundation of monitoring and evaluation, as well as the learning. My presentation is about scaling tree planting through community-based group. This is one of the prominent practice of land restoration in Rwanda, adopted by Regreening Africa as a context based and adopted practice, considering the context, the situation of Rwanda, a small country with high population density, where land is fragmented in terms of ownership and landscape. Tree seedling production and distribution and planting has been one of the best practice that have been implemented by Regreening practice in Rwanda over the last 4 years. The practice is implemented through partnership with 63 farmer cooperatives or groups, because some of the groups do not have legal, they're not legally registered by the National Cooperative Agency, but still they perform well as farmers have come together with the one purpose. we've seen a number of seedling produced over the last 4 years, accumulating to 9,500,000 seedling, including multi-purpose trees amounting up to 6 million, and grafted and non-grafted fruit trees equaling to 3,500,000. This approach has brought many direct and long-term benefits because it has improved farmers' knowledge and seedling production. It has also helped to create jobs where we have men and women involved in nursery management. And also it promotes ownership and sustainability, as farmers are doing the practice on their own with the capacity building from Regreening Africa projects. Next. Next slide. Yeah. Through the same practice, the Regreening Africa project has established resource centers. As we operate across 4 districts, 3 of them was eligible to host these knowledge hubs. Resource centers are community-based knowledge hubs about agroforestry, where cooperative manage this resource center and they serve their surrounding community in terms of availing quality planting material and also disseminating knowledge. The resource center also support these cooperatives for business opportunities, because we've seen many private operators or contractors, as well as NGO that approach them to contract them for producing seedlings. Some of these regreening center, resource centers have already started to win some contracts to produce seedlings and are able to generate income. Next slide. Yeah, to be able to succeed with this approach, we have community-led farmers. These are men and women of integrity who are elected by their fellow farmers in their respective village. Each lead farmer oversees about 40 households, and is able now to carry out the extension from peer-to-peer through the visit, through showing them how to practice tree planting. So we overall have 512 ready farmers with equal number of male and females, including 144 youth. All of them have been trained on scaling regreening practice across their communities. You can see in the pictures during the field visit, and they have been also invited, and they also were provided with bicycles to support them in their, to be able to move around as they facilitate extension from farmer to farmer. Next slide. Yeah, the project provides the capacity building to this farmer and the cooperative members to be able to succeed with this approach. There is quite a number of topics where the capacity building have been provided, including agroforestry practice. Yeah, this include how to establish a nursery, how to prepare tree planting material, how to manage trees. They also equipped with FMNR, how to collect data about the tree monitoring, orchard management, tree disease and pest management, pasture management, tree grafting, beekeeping, biomass corporation. They were trained as well on gender, diversity mainstreaming, tree seed sourcing and handling, as well as orchard management. You can see in photos on the left side were during different activities in nursery, in how to conduct grafting, how to manage nurseries, as well as run the LDSF. You can see images of colleagues from Nairobi facilitated training. Next slide. We've seen some challenges and opportunities as well with this practice. As challenges, because the project is implemented in the eastern province of the country, with semi-arid climate, we encounter the challenge of termites that attacks the tree seedlings, and there has been a high failure of mango due to diseases. We've also seen a low adoption of certain tree species. Farmers prefer some tree species over others. Then there's also a limited number of certain tree seedlings that are highly demanded. There's a low number of indigenous species which are mainly adapted to the location. There is also a low availability of indigenous tree species seeds. And then we realized that there is also a poor attitude towards indigenous tree species. And then this one is, there's high expectation from rural government. As opportunity, the project have been supported by local leadership. We work hand in hand with local government. We also in the existing systems, because there's an agroforestry strategy and also around restoration strategy that set pathways of how to implementing restoration. Then the partnership also with ICRAF has been important in terms of promoting research and informing our practice, and then leveraging on the other project and UW program or division programs such as a landscape restoration project that is funded by Australian government. For the fact, these have been opportunities that really have led to the success of this approach. Next slide. Yeah, some of the key lessons drawn and the messages. We realized that the sites, scaling the site that led by the farmer or opinion leaders, such as village leader, health and the farmer promoters, have shown better adoption in terms of tree survival and diversity compared to the rest. Then knowledge about tree species affects adoption by farmers. Land tenure also impacts the adoption of greening practices, because those household dirty land that use land as rental do not tend to adopt restoration as their owners. So seedling availability into farmers, proximity improves also farmer participation into tree planting. Early preparation and production of seedling may increase the tree seedling survival. We are facing normally the issue of drought in the eastern part, and so sometimes the rain onset is unpredictable. So when we prepare ahead of time the seedling, it normally helps to increase the tree seedling survival. So farmer-to-farmer exchange visits are very important for mindset change other than structured training. More awareness on tree zone farm is still needed, and working with local communities in the seedling production increase ownership and participation in tree planting and community members.
Felix, we'll ask you to finish up, please.
All right, thank you. And then I think I've come to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Felix, for that excellent presentation and for sharing all of those details about what it really takes to get this done and all of the benefits. Right now, I'm delighted to turn the floor to Anna Daba Njai, Project Manager, World Vision. Anna, vous avez la parole.
Bonjour, merci Constance. Bonjour, je suis Anna Dabayaye, coordinatrice du projet Reverdir l'Afrique au Sénégal. Alors, j'ai le plaisir de partager avec vous sur la régénération naturelle assistée, l'approche ainsi que son application au Sénégal, mais aussi on va parler des défis et des possibilités de l'étendre. Slide, please. S'agissant du projet en tant que tel, déjà, nous avions comme objectif de reverdir 160 000 hectares par 80 000 ménages d'ici 2022. Et pour atteindre cet objectif, nous avions deux approches, une approche directe et une approche indirecte. S'agissant de l'approche directe, nous avions commencé par faire la sélection et la formation des animateurs communautaires. Après cette première phase, on a procédé au choix des paysans leaders formateurs qui ont été formés par les animateurs. Et parmi ces paysans leaders, nous avons choisi et formé des paysans formateurs. Et une troisième phase qui a consisté à démultiplier ces formations reçues dans les villages des paysans leaders formateurs, mais aussi dans les villages voisins. Nous voulons aussi noter l'implication des autorités administratives et territoriales et la collaboration avec les services techniques durant toute cette phase. L'autre approche, c'est la stratégie par influence qui consiste à collaborer avec d'autres acteurs jusqu'à ce qu'ils adoptent la RNA. Slide. Les facteurs d'adoption de la RNA au Sénégal, il faut noter que la RNA est une pratique ancestrale qui était déjà connue des paysans, mais il fallait procéder au recyclage et aux formations et après faire des missions de supervision technique auprès des paysans ayant reçu les formations. Il fallait aussi communiquer largement pour atteindre les cibles. Et pour ça, nous avons utilisé les émissions radio, organisé aussi des caravanes de sensibilisation pour toucher plus de cibles. Il y avait aussi les visites d'échange interzones, ce qui a favorisé l'apprentissage par les pairs. Je vois que l'autre a réussi, donc je peux le faire chez moi. Il y avait aussi la matérialisation des parcours de bétail qui a fortement contribué à la cohésion sociale, notamment entre agriculteurs et éleveurs. Donc, il y a eu moins de conflits entre agriculteurs et éleveurs à travers la matérialisation des parcours de bétail. Il y avait aussi la diversification des pratiques agroforestières, notamment avec le semi-direct, les plantations, mais aussi l'introduction d'espèces améliorées avec le soutien de ICRAF et de ISRA. Mais pour l'implication des femmes aussi, notons l'utilisation des foyers améliorés, puisque quand on interdit, quand on demande aux paysans, aux femmes qui sont chargées de faire la corvée de bois, de ne pas couper les arbres, il faut mettre à leur disposition des mesures alternatives et on avait mis à leur disposition les foyers améliorés. Slide. Parlant des défis, nous sommes confrontés à l'érosion, au feu de brousse, à la faible protection des jeunes pousses dans des espaces ouverts. Nous intervenons dans des parcelles de culture et malheureusement, on ne peut pas tout clôturer, même si les paysans sont en train de faire petit à petit avec les moyens du bord. Vous voyez sur l'écran un paysan qui est en train de protéger la jeune pousse avec des pneus usés. Mais aussi, il y a l'aspect, le défi lié à la transhumance et à la divagation des animaux et la faible diversité des espèces. En termes d'opportunités de mise à l'échelle, je l'ai dit tantôt, il y a cette possibilité de communiquer sur les réalisations du projet, en passant par les réseaux sociaux, les plateformes et les bulletins d'information. Mais aussi, on peut profiter des journées nationales de l'arbre pour toucher de nouvelles cibles. On vient de le réussir. On a touché la zone de Nioro qui n'était pas impliquée dans le projet Regreening. Et nous avons profité de la célébration de la journée de l'arbre pour communiquer largement sur le projet. Mais aussi profiter des événements, d'autres événements nationaux. On peut aussi valoriser les initiatives individuelles, telles que les jardins de cases ou bien les jardins familiaux, mais aussi valoriser les initiatives communautaires. Et là, je pense aux espaces de mise en défense, aux bois villageois que les communautés veulent protéger et pour lesquels ils ont juste besoin d'être accompagnés pour que ça soit des espaces formels. Slide, please. En termes de leçons apprises, je veux noter l'implication des autorités administratives et territoriales comme atout pour la mise à l'échelle. Les cross-country learning aussi, les visites et les ateliers share it sont des moments d'apprentissage et de correction pour les équipes. Il est aussi question de maîtriser la cible et de s'assurer qu'elle adopte les bonnes pratiques. Mais comme leçon apprise, nous avons noté que la sensibilisation et la formation ne suffisent pas. Il faut des activités génératrices de revenus et un mécanisme de suivi. Parlant de mécanisme de suivi, nous avons Regreening App, qui est un outil de suivi pour l'évidence des réalisations. L'outil informe sur le contexte et les pratiques possibles. C'est un outil à vulgariser comme alternative à la mise à l'échelle. Il n'y a pas de recette unique pour reverdir, mais pour chaque contexte, il faut nécessairement des pratiques diversifiées et adaptées en mouvement d'ensemble pour réussir le reverdissement et la mise à l'échelle. Slide. Merci pour votre aimable attention.
Thank you so much, Anna. That was a wonderful presentation, and I'm very grateful you kept us to time. And so thank you so much for the very informative presentation on farmer-managed natural regeneration. So we've heard 3 cases from Ethiopia, from Rwanda, and from Senegal. And right now, I would like to turn our attention to hear about some preliminary results on the adoption of practices through the program presented by the Monitoring, Evaluation, and Learning team, and Tesfaye will present at this moment. Thank you, Tesfaye. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Constance. Can you see my slide?
Yes, could you put that in slideshow mode?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
All right. Is
We
it okay
are
now?
Not yet. I think you have to make a change at the display settings. We are seeing 2 slides together at this point.
Oh, maybe it's sharing from the other side because.
I think if you go to display settings and let's see what our choices are. We're going to try and rectify this the next one over. Display settings. Pier Andrea, can you advise?
Yeah, that's fine. Can you check your what you got under display settings at the top of the screen?
Yes.
Yeah, you've got display settings because now you're previewing. So next to it, display settings, then the one after it. Oh, just on the right. Yeah, you're on the right.
I'm very happy to share my screen otherwise.
Wait just a moment.
Yeah, if you have the presentation, Mika, at end, or Constance, maybe so we don't lose time fiddling with this.
If you just stop sharing, I'll share and move the slides through for you, unless you've made changes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mika. Please proceed.
All right. Good afternoon. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tasfai from the aircraft monitoring, evaluation, and learning team. So what I'm going to present here is on behalf of my team. So next slide, please. So in this presentation, I will present some of the preliminary results on the exposure, uptake of regreening practices, and shed light on some of the key messages and the evidencing activities which is underway. So first, I will highlight some of the activities and approach used by MAIL team to track the performance and also measure the impact of the program. So the MAIL team developed the impact evaluation design for the program, where the beneficiaries were randomly assigned to be targeted in year 1 and year 4, so that we have a comparison group to control for some of the confounding factors. So we have carried out data collection at the household level at the baseline back in 2018, and also some uptake surveys to track the progress in the uptake of regreening initiatives. And also this year, the inline survey, which we have already conducted in 5 countries, and also the inline survey is underway for 2 countries, Kenya and Senegal. In addition to household survey, we have also conducted key informant interviews at the village level, and also individual expert key informant interviews with experts in the regreening and land restoration areas. The team also developed a comprehensive program theory of change, which also guided the overall impact assessment that the MAIL component used to evidence the impact of the program. So it consists of 3 aspects: the ex-post impact assessment, and also ex-ante modeling of the long-term impact of the program on on farm incomes. And also we look into some of the aspects of land health using the geotagged polygons that we have collected for each of the households interviewed during the baseline. And this was updated for households in Rwanda during the end line. Next, please. So before I go there, I just want to put some of the things into context. So what I'm going to present here is only for 3 countries, Rwanda, Ghana, and Ethiopia, for which we have already analyzed the inline data. But I'm also focusing only on some of the indicators, and the result will not capture everything. And it is only for the before and the after the intervention comparison. I'm not going to compare the year 1 and year 4. This is because there is no significant difference between year 1 and year 4. It seems like there are some contamination issues. So most of the indicators moved in the same fashion for year 1 and year 4. So I'm not going to present that one. I just focus on the time trend. So as you can see, this graph shows the number of households that have been interviewed back in 2018 at the baseline and followed up during the end line. And then you can see the small bar graph, which is the number of households lost to follow up, which is the attrition. As you can see, it is not very significant. It is less than 10% for Ethiopia and Ghana, a bit around 11% for Rwanda. But I want to point out that about 574 households lost to follow-up during the end line due to the security issue in Ethiopia, specifically in Tigray and Amhara region. Next, please. Yeah, okay, already I have mentioned this one. I just really want you to focus on this one because those results are only at the country level. It is not disaggregated at the program or district or county level. There could be some variation. We are just focusing on the indicators related to exposure, uptake of the regreening practices. We are not going to capture everything in these preliminary results. Next, please. Okay, so how did the program perform in terms of reaching communities? To answer this question, we have asked the households if they have received any training, information, or support during in the last 4 years prior to the survey. As you can see from the graph, the exposure has significantly increased from baseline to end line, which is more in Ghana, around 64%, followed by Rwanda, and then not very much in Ethiopia. Next, please. We have also asked households on which specific regreening related initiatives they have been provided support. So as you can see from the graph, the support has been predominantly on tree planting, different aspects of tree care and management, and farmers manage natural regeneration. Next, please. So to also link how this can be traced back to the Regreening Africa related intervention models, we have asked the households who have provided them with this support. So majority of households in Ghana and Rwanda indicated that they have been reached through project or NGO and government extension. However, the households in Ethiopia indicated that they have been reached through government extension. This is not surprising because most of the time the implementing partners actually use the existing government institutions and infrastructure to reach to the communities. Next, please. So how did the uptake of different regreening Africa, different regreening practices change from the baseline to inline? So we have asked farmers if they have implemented any of the regreening related initiatives on their farms or homesteads, and it indicates the uptake has actually significantly increased in terms of tree care and management in all 3 countries. And also the number of households planted trees on their farms and also homesteads significantly increased, specifically in Rwanda. This actually corresponds with some of the results that we have seen this morning in the seminar for some of you who have been in that seminar. So it corresponds to that result from the remote sensing. And also farmer managed natural regeneration, the proportion of households engaged in farmer managed natural regeneration increased in Ghana and also to some extent in Ethiopia. Next, please. So we don't stop there. We want to explore further how the uptake has been changed using the Regreening Action Index, which is an innovative analytical tool developed by the MEL team. So it looks into the different aspects of land restoration. So it doesn't only ask whether the households have planted some trees on their plots or not, but it rather asks for different dimensions, including the extent of practice, whether they have planted trees on different land uses, and also the intensity, like what about the diversity in terms of like planting different tree species and things like that. And this Regreening Action Index also captures the intra-household equity dimensions, which looks into the roles of women in terms of decision-making in establishing agroforestry and also the use of the products derived from this activity. Next, please.
That's why we invite you to finish up. Thank you.
All right, I'm almost there. So we just looked into how the Regreening Action Index moved from the baseline to inline. As you can see, this density plot compares actually that. So as you can see, almost all of the farmers during the baseline were below 0.5 Regreening Action Index point, but at the end line, specifically for Ghana and Rwanda, they have significantly moved above this point. Next, please. And also when we look into different dimensions of the Regreening Action Index, all the 4 dimensions significantly increased for all countries. But I want to just highlight that the woman involvement agency has increased more in Ghana. And this is what we would expect because there has been some focus on this specifically, and there is a PhD work devoted to this. So this is what we would expect. Next, please. So what are the key messages? So our preliminary results shows exposure was significantly increased and more farmers are engaged in land restoration practices compared to the baseline. And as we have seen, women involvement and agency in agroforestry practices have increased and more significant in Ghana. So to look into the long-term impact of the Regreening Africa program in terms of farm income, the modeling activities are underway, and also we are working on triangulating and enriching the results through remote sensing analysis. Thank you. That's all.
Oh, Tesfaye, that was brilliant. Thank you so much. It's so interesting when we get to look across countries and look at those multiple dimensions that you have presented. So we're very, very grateful for that presentation. I would like to take one question, and this one I am going to invite Sammy first and then ask Felix to also respond. This is around, it comes related to Rwanda context, but it's elaborating more towards the all of African countries in terms of the preference of exotic trees, which are not adaptable and have a value. So this is in contrast to some of the indigenous trees that we have been promoting. And I wonder if you speak, Sammy, first about these practices that would help us get more indigenous species.
Thank you so much, Constance, for that question. Indeed, it's a major issue across the East African countries and beyond. This over-reliance on few exotic species because farmers have developed a notion that these exotic species are fast-growing and you could get product easily. What we try to demonstrate is actually that we have options of indigenous species that are equally fast-growing, that are actually also can also provide benefits. The issue has been, of course, in the past, research work that has focused or overly focused on developing technical management guidelines for a few exotic species that indeed have served forestry plantation needs. And these species have been then over-relied to as product sources. So what we see is really an opportunity for us to start changing practice right from the nursery stages. So working closely by the nursery operators to really inform and involve them in terms of diversifying the production. There is a demand issue in terms of the materials they raise because they get frustrated. For instance, where they're actually producing all the indigenous species and there are no buyers. So we need, of course, policy options and incentives that also create a demand side, a pull factor for some of the indigenous species that we really want to bring out there. So without a demand, most of the nurseries tell us they, of course, don't want to produce the materials, and of course the lying hydro, all the efforts go into waste. So an opportunity for us is, of course, to raise that awareness, but also do on-farm demonstration of the growth issues, because the growth issues has been one of the areas that farmers say, oh, indigenous species are not fast growing enough, we will not get products in reasonable time, so we are opting for, quick growing or fast growing exotics. So one of the options, of course, is to show those demonstration trials within, of course, farms, so that people actually appreciate that with good management, you can actually get good products and also fast growth with indigenous options of species that we have. The issue of course, seed availability and diverse seed availability is a crucial one, because a lot of the indigenous species have also been removed within farming landscapes, but also on forests. Because again, we see when logging happens, it goes to really, targeting those big indigenous tree species that were providing, seed sources. So we are losing seed sources of some of the indigenous species. So even for interested communities and farmers wanting to grow these species, they're actually missing quality seed stock to grow some of the indigenous species that we have. That's how I would add.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sammy. That was a very thorough response, and I trust it was very helpful. I just wanted to ask Felix from Rwanda, did you have anything to add to what Sammy has presented? I see that you've been typing responses in the Q&A. Felix, did you want to add?
Thank you so much. You're right. I've been trying to type to a few answers to my colleagues. The challenge is really in terms of preference of tree species. Farmers have the ability to choose the exotic species over the indigenous one, but we're trying to deepen our engagement with the community, to show them the benefits of indigenous trees, and you also try to diversify the tree species so that at least they are able to to choose and also to have a variety of trees. I think it's a matter of time. We think by the time the project is coming to an end, we'll be realizing some of the benefits of those tree species. Most of the indigenous trees that they are directed to adopt are those ones that take long to to grow. But we are trying to bring in those tree species that also can grow fast and also offer benefits. Then we also try to change the other side of mindset, of focusing on restoration, because these indigenous trees are the ones that are really adaptable, that are resistant to disease compared to exotic one. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Felix. We appreciate that. The mindset. It's so important. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have had an amazing first session where we focused in on practices and approaches, scaling out context-based practices, and we've seen a number of these. Now, I want to thank everyone who's posted a great question in the Q&A and those that are coming over from social media, and I invite our speakers to please continue to answer those in writing. Right now, we want to allow everyone to have a very short break so that you can stretch and get another glass of water or tea. And we will see you back here for session 2 in 3 minutes. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much. So we are getting ready to go into session 2, and I am delighted to hand over the facilitation baton to Patrick Worms, who is the Senior Science Policy Advisor at C4 ICRAF. Thank you so much, Patrick.
Thank you, Constance. It's my absolute delight to be here today because Regreening Africa, as we've just heard, is such an extraordinary program. It's not just about putting a little bit of greenery in the landscape. It's about dealing with governance. It's about dealing with gender, value chains, about everything that makes human life worth living. So what exactly is the secret sauce for Regreening Africa? What is it that makes it unique? Really, two things that we're going to be looking at in these sessions. The first is partnerships, how to get everybody to work together. And the second is research in development. Not research for development. It's not scientists in their ivory towers coming up with brilliant ideas. It's scientists and citizens and farmers and partners working together to develop things together. And to look at that, we are going to start off with Mieke Born, who is the project manager for Regreening Africa, and who's going to tell us about the secret ingredients that she has used to make partnerships work. And we all know how useful and how important these partnerships are. Just think back to the talk we heard about the exclosure bylaws in Ethiopia. You had to work with government to change these exclosures so that silviculture could begin to happen there so that people had some benefits. So I very much look forward to hearing Mieke talk about partnerships. Then we're going to be hearing from Lee, who's the global research leader for soil and land health and the co-lead for the Coalition of Action for Soil Health, and Tor Gunnar Wagen on how research and development works in practice before looking at some examples from Ghana and from Kenya. And with that, Mieke, over to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Patrick. I'm just going to spend a few moments explaining the program structure to put it all together as you start to hear examples of how we all work together. So as we've mentioned a number of times, Regreening Africa is quite a unique program in the way that it's structured. We have a research organization, C4 ICRAF, that's leading in terms of the program management and providing technical support in terms of implementation and different practices, monitoring, evaluation, and learning. And we've just heard a presentation from Tess Faye. Shared, which is stakeholder engagement with evidence, and you'll be hearing more about that soon. Land degradation dynamics, with the presentation coming up from Lee Winawiki and Tor Wagen, and around communication. And then in the countries, we have a range of NGOs that are leading the implementation. So we have World Vision, Oxfam, CARE, CRS, Sahel, ECHO, and in each country there is a number of them or one of these NGOs operating at the community level and really driving the implementation. At the national level, we have oversight committees, which make sure that we're linking to national governments and policy processes, also linking back through the European Union delegations and to other key actors in the country. And throughout this process, we have a great feedback mechanism between the community, the implementing partners, researchers, government, and all of the other actors. So I'm very excited that we're going to be hearing a few examples. And as we have for the last session, just to highlight a few messages, just as Patrick had mentioned, strong partnership that includes government, community, development actors, researchers, donors. It's very, very critical. It is the foundation of this program and why we think that the efforts will be more sustainable as well as more impactful. We also really want to highlight that we can bring science, research, evidence, and monitoring into the global and local restoration agenda, and that this can really accelerate impact and also show the impact on the ground. So handing back to you, Patrick. Patrick.
I'm so sorry, everyone. I started speaking, not realizing that I had muted myself and turned off my video. Apologies for that. So we've just heard that introduction on how the partnership is supposed to work. But how do we do research and development in practice? How do we include citizens in that? How can we align everyone? And how can we do so at scale across large, poor rural areas, which include a significant proportion of the population which might be interested but is illiterate? Lee, I think you have a solution to that. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Patrick, and a big warm welcome to everyone. I'm Lee Winowicki. I'm a soil scientist, and I lead the global research team at C4ICRAF on soil and land health, based here in Kenya. And today we're absolutely thrilled to talk about how we're bringing together scientific research and citizen science to essentially scale landscape restoration and accelerate impact on the ground. In the next slide, you will see that we've highlighted the benefits of this combination. So by engaging in citizen science, we are enhancing the participation of farmers, development actors, stakeholders in land restoration monitoring. And when we combine scientific research, we can deepen our understanding of the effectiveness of these interventions, but also drivers of land degradation, root causes, which of course we're trying to tackle. This diagram at the bottom really shows how we're combining remote sensing, the systematic field sampling using LDSF, as well as citizen science using the Regreening Africa app, all culminating into these co-designed decision dashboards. On the next slide, I basically am trying to demonstrate what are the benefits of these tools. Why can't we just use one? Well, the diagram or the photo taken by Kelvin Trotman on the lower left is an actual photo of the field teams using the LDSF to monitor trees, soils, land health, which allows for consistency to compare between sites and location. Remember, we're trying to track changes over time. This really means we need a systematic and consistent framework to allow us to understand the impact of the restoration activities over time. We also, by using a systematic framework, we can build robust predictive models, and this really allows us to assess multiple aspects of soil and land health. Now, on the right, you see the Samburu Mama using the Regreening Africa app, measuring the DBH of the tree, and this is about bringing stakeholders into the monitoring process. This completely closes the learning loop. It encourages not only participation, but co-learning. It also helps build robust and large data sets and facilitates this data collection. So the next slide is really about what is this LDSF I keep talking about? Well, it's called the Land Degradation Surveillance Framework. It is essentially a systematic, consistent, field-based framework that assesses multiple indicators of soil and land health at the same geolocation. The green dots on this global map show where the LDSF sites are. Each dot is 100 square kilometers. And I put these photos of the teams in the field. So Anna was presenting from Senegal. Here's the Senegalese team using the clinometer. And we heard from Rwanda, there's Providence on the lower left doing some soil sampling in a banana field. So this is a field-based monitoring framework. Now, what can we do with these type of data? So on the next slide, we just highlight one potential output. And here I've decided to focus on a key indicator of soil health, which is soil organic carbon. We like this indicator, and I saw some questions in the chat about what about soil? What about soil conservation measures? Well, soil organic carbon is a key indicator because it responds to management. It influences many other properties such as water holding capacity, soil stability. So on the left is a map of Eastern Rwanda. The upper count district is Nyagatare, where there's an LDSF site, and the lower is Kayonza, which also has an LDSF site. Now, the glaring yellow parts on the graph on the map are low carbon, and the darker parts are higher carbon. Now, for those who don't like maps and prefer to look at box plots on the right, these are box plots of 4 different vegetation and structures on the left and the soil organic carbon content on the x-axis. The dotted line shows that the median carbon was about 2% or 20 grams of carbon per kilogram of soil. And what is interesting here is the width of each box plot of each vegetation structure is similar. This shows that the variation of carbon between woodland, shrubland, grassland, and cropland are similar. And what is notable here is that we know that the variation in between these categories is due to management. And that's why we're all here today. We know that through soil and land stewardship and restoration, we can improve soil and land health. And we're very proud of this publication that's come out of this project. Now, if we go to the next slide, my colleague Tor Vaughan will explain more.
Yeah, thanks, Lisa. I'm gonna kind of switch gears a little bit and talk a bit more about citizen science and how we are kind of overlaying that or using that in combination with what Lee just talked about. So basically with citizen science, what we mean is public participation in scientific research. And Lee already mentioned that, of course. So I'm specifically going to talk about the Regreening Africa app. And I know a lot of you have heard about it and a lot of you have used it. We've had some really impressive use of the app. It's actually been a big surprise to those of us who have developed it. And basically in this app, we have a tree planting module, we have a farmer managed natural regeneration or FMNR module, a nursery module, and a training module. So I'll show a little bit of results from that later in terms of the use. But this is really an app that helps us to generate data around what is being implemented on the ground. So you can see some photos here on this poster of people using it in the field, measuring trees, recording interventions, etc. on the ground. And that's the key part of that. So when we started it out in 2019, this is farmer managed natural regeneration. And what these bubbles show is the number of records that have been uploaded in that year. So this is 2019, and we can see that for most of the countries, we have a few where we have green bubbles. Some we have nothing, like Niger and Rwanda. And then Senegal, we have some more in 2019. If we go to 2020, we see that Senegal is increasing quite a bit. And we have now countries like Niger coming on and Rwanda also having some plots, Mali and Kenya in particular increasing. Go to 2021. We see Senegal increasing further, but now Niger is starting to move. And basically by 2022, Niger has the highest number of submissions with this app. It's a very, very impressive data set coming from Niger this year. And we are in the process of analyzing that now, and I'll come back to how we're integrating that in a minute. Now, if we go to tree planting, we have a slightly different picture. So here we can see nothing from Niger in the beginning as well, but also countries like Rwanda, Senegal, Mali having quite a few. And then Rwanda in 2020 started early, and we had quite a lot of activity on tree planting data coming into 2021, even more so in Rwanda. But now we see Ghana coming up here. So by 2022, Ghana has overtaken Rwanda. And basically, this shows the uptake of the app, and also thanks to the support of Mohammed, Bernard, and the team here from ICRAF and our friends in the various NGOs in the different countries that have been supporting the use of the app and sort of pushing this. What we're doing at the moment is taking the data that's coming from this app, and I'm not going to go into detail here, but the idea is that with all this information, we know with the farmer polygons, we can start tracking the vegetation dynamics within those farmer polygons. And then we can start identifying where in these landscapes do we see a regreening trend. So what you see here is a map of Rwanda. Just going to show Rwanda as an example because that's what we've started with in terms of analysis, but we'll do this for all of the countries. So the idea here is that what you see as green on the map here are areas where we are detecting a positive trend. So you could say a regreening trend. The red are areas where we're not detecting a trend, so we're not able to see a trend, at least not yet. But the nice thing about the data coming from the app is that we know when the interventions happened, and we can then track relative to when people reported the interventions happening. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about the Regreening Africa dashboard. So this is where we are essentially bringing it all together. Today, I'm not talking about the data reporting system for the Regreening app, but we also have that for the raw data. But the Regreening Africa dashboard is where we bring these things together and kind of synthesize the information as it's coming in. And what we see here is that at the moment, we have, since about 2019, we have about 159,000 farmers registered with the Regreening Africa app. So, which is extremely impressive. So about 85,000 with tree planting, the tree planting module, and 74,000 with the FMNR module. And this is just those two modules, so not even counting the nursery operators and things like that. So there's even more to this than that. But for those two modules, a very impressive number of farmers. We've also developed tools on this dashboard where you can essentially explore interactively areas that you are interested in within the respective countries. So I'm just taking two examples here to finish off, but one for Senegal, same area in the next slide, but basically here I have marked on using the indicators that we generate information on. I can look at where do we have opportunities for land restoration? What's the relationship between vegetation cover and carbon and various other things? So the kind of linking back to what Lee was talking about earlier. Or we could look at where do we have areas with severe constraints? And the nice thing about the dashboard is that all this information, as you explore, you can download all of this to your own computer, and you can then upload it into, for example, a GPS unit or a smartphone, and then go out in the field and as you plan activities with farmers, for example, to plant more trees or put in soil and water conservation, etc. So it's basically this whole sort of ecosystem of different things that are happening here, from the structured data collection through to the citizen science data collection, the app, which allows us to generate a lot of data, and then integrating all of this on the Regreening Africa dashboard. Thank you very much. That's all from us. Back to you, Patrick.
Tor, thank you very much. That is an absolutely fascinating presentation, a fascinating set of 3 presentations. And it leaves me with some questions. Mika, how easy was it to set up and grow these partnerships? Lee, how did the LDSF framework benefit from Regreening Africa rather than the other way around? And Tor, when you have 190,000 odd farmers all using the app and all submitting data, how do you deal with data quality issues? I don't expect you to come back and answer these now. We have a roundtable, but this is what these presentations leave me with. However, what we're going to do now is to figure out how these insights, this research and development and these partnerships work in real life. We're going to do that by first looking at Ghana, where there's a legendary team of Edward Akwegwinara, the project manager from World Vision, with Philippe Atim from Catholic Relief Services Ghana, and the absolutely amazing, astonishing Gloria Adiga from Ghana's Forestry Research Institute are going to talk to us about Ghana's Northern Restoration Initiative. And Edward, you're speaking on behalf of your colleagues. Over to you.
Yes, so thank you very much, Patrick, and good morning from Ghana here. And like Patrick rightly mentioned, I am making this presentation on behalf of my colleagues. So Ghana would be giving you 2 major highlights from our perspective. Would be showing to everybody here what the team have been doing with respect to Ghana's Northern Restoration Initiative process, and also we'll be sharing some key highlights on some of the gender transformative approaches we'll be using through the gender research. So next slide. Yes, so the Northern Restoration Initiative. This is an initiative that the team thought about it a year ago, and basically it is an initiative that is meant to look at tailored solutions to solving the challenges confronting the issues of land degradation in Northern Ghana. So Ghana is basically divided into 2 major parts. We have the Southern Ghana and Northern Ghana. So Southern Ghana is largely forested, and Northern Ghana, where the project is currently being implemented, is desert, if you like, or has higher issues of degradation. But often than not, what we've noticed is that some wide-based approaches are used in dealing with all those situations. And we are thinking that in terms of some of the broad objectives, what do you want to achieve from this? First, we are looking at how we can create a platform to upscaling successful restoration practices in Northern Ghana. So we're looking at tailored practices that work in the context of Northern Ghana that we use for it. We're also looking at a situation whereby we do not just want to end the project and nothing else is happening. So following up from what Bernard said in his introductory remarks, is looking up to what teams are planning to do in terms of communication and scaling out. So we are trying to use Northern Restoration Initiative as an avenue to scale out and spread the information as to some of the successful restoration practices that has been carried out in Ghana. So what are some of the key processes? So in doing this Northern Restoration initiatives, we have held various stakeholder fora at the district level, regional level, and we'll soon be doing one at the national level. And basically, we've been sharing some experiences and sharing some lessons across stakeholder bodies as to what we can do to improve the northern landscape. We've also held focus group discussions and key informal interviews, all geared at taking very key lessons from other partners. We've also done some dissemination and taking some feedback as to what we can do to improve upon the situation around the landscapes in northern Ghana. Next slide. So in terms of the roadmap, where have we come from and where do you want to go and what changes do you want to see? So like I said, some district or some level of engagement were held. And what do we do within this engagement? We're sharing information, we're sharing lessons, where we spoke to partners about what the project have done. We took some feedback from partners as to what they were also doing differently. We noted what we thought we had done well within our northern landscapes. And we also identified some priority actions where we could use as a basis to scale up or to inform some policy change. So in terms of where we are now working as a broader stakeholder. We have involved some major stakeholders to see how we can scale up the major practices that are successful within northern landscape. We are looking at how we are able to work to bring about some policy and institutional changes to enhance the context of northern landscape. We are looking at where we are doing more of the discussion on evidence and science, where we are using the Regreening African app to see how we can, successfully gather data, where we have some of the testimonies coming from partners who have practiced this over time and they've shared to members. And we're also now looking at how we can build stronger partnerships. And just like Mika mentioned, in terms of what is possible, we think that partnership is very key in going ahead. We are not able to do this alone, and we should be able to do this with others. In terms of where we are going to, we believe that we cannot achieve this without involving key government stakeholders. So at the moment, the team is currently putting up some concept and proposal together to be submitted to the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology. And the essence is to see how we can integrate some of the key technologies that we have witnessed on the project, such as FMNR, how we can improve upon situations of bushfire prevention, what we can do in terms of behavior change, to see how government can mainstream this into some of the extensive processes. So at the moment, we are taking some feedback from a broader stakeholder, and we are still seeking more information from stakeholders. So now we have taken some of the feedback from district, we've done that from regional, and we're doing that from a national next month, and we'll gather more information there where we can enrich the process and present that in a form of a proposal to the Ministry for government adoption. So what changes do we expect to see from this? We expect that in the end, there should be an effective coordination with tailored strategy interventions to the savanna landscape. We've noticed that, like I mentioned earlier, there are some policies that are kept broad spectrum. They do not work in the context of northern landscapes. We identify some of them. So for instance, the Forest Service divisions have a mandate to promote only forest species. We are looking at what we can do to include economic trees that can enhance value chains and also increase the prospects for economic benefit. So the other change we are expecting to see is to see how we can accelerate the scaling landscape restoration and also improve food security within the landscapes. Next slide. Yes, so this presentation would be highlighted on the gender transformative research that has been carried out in Ghana. So basically some tools were adapted, and the major aim of rolling out these tools was one, to create awareness on gender roles and norms, also to challenge allocation of resources and decisions to address power relations between women and others, and also identify shifts in norms, behaviors, and barriers. So what have been some of the key outputs that have been achieved? So you notice that from Tesfaye's presentation, so much has been achieved in Ghana in terms of women involvement, and that is true. So in terms of the initial outputs we have seen, there have been increased to access of fertile land by women. There's balance in household chores. So you see men helping their wives or their spouses more with household duties and lessen the burden on women that can engage themselves in other economic activities. We can also see women increasingly making decisions into their household priorities and what can be done. And this has overall improved household relations, and children are generally having a great well-being where they are able to achieve their potentials. Next slide. Yes, so what does gender transformative approach outputs mean for us? And what restoration outcomes do we intend to get? Yes, so it is noted that within our social structure, women's rights of land use access remains embedded in men's rights. So this is an area that we believe that there's still the need for continuous engagement and tailored action to change this norm. So we expect that when we carry out these gender transformative approaches, we should be able to build resilient households. How do we do, or how do we achieve this aim of building resilient households? There's the need for constant dialogues and trainings to unpack underlying causes and inequalities. This, we believe, when it's done, we are able to unearth the issues and set goals, progress markers, and we can constantly review these ones to see how it meets both the needs of men and women. Also, there is the need to have or to cultivate gender champions. And we are saying that this should be done at the community level. We are saying that we should scale up gender transformative approaches across all the programs. It shouldn't only be in land restoration, whether it is a health project, it is an advocacy project, whatever it is, we should include the issues of gender into it as well. And we believe that continuous training and advocacy works just like we are doing now. We are currently advocating for everybody to see how they can include issues of gender transformative approaches in their programming. Next slide.
Could you wrap up, please, Edward?
Yes, so in terms of the challenges and opportunities, we believe that Northern landscape have similar challenges, and a single design will be able to work for all. So part of the key challenges, we are looking at where there are data gaps, policy gaps, and we think that when these are addressed, we'll be able to handle the issue of northern restoration. Next slide. So what are the key lessons learned? We are saying that periodic review of policies to address land restoration gaps is necessary. And we are saying the enforcement of planning and bylaws are also very key. Continual research and integration of environment, land degradation issues into educational curriculum is key, especially in getting the youth involved. Next slide. Thank you, and ready to take another response. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward. What a lovely example of how to use partnerships. I was there at that meeting in Accra with you when we discussed having this Northern Restoration Initiative, and it's progressing with the help of so many partners all the way up to government. A submission to a ministry is being planned, but at the same time, you're going right to the core of the family, helping men and women understand each other better and share duties, responsibilities, and rights more equally. It's absolutely beautiful. But it's not, Ghana is not the only place where this is happening. Kenya has a landscape restoration movement, and that movement is being informed by the lessons of Regreening Africa. And Laura Mukwana, who is a stakeholder engagement and restoration consultant, is going to tell us a lot more. Laura, over to you.
Thanks a lot, Patrick, for that wonderful introduction. So over the next few minutes, I'm just going to share with everyone a few key lessons and insights that we have gotten from our work building a restoration movement in Kenya. So I'm going to take you through why we needed to build a movement, the process and the achievements, and some of the key learnings. But before we move into that, I think it's important to now have some definitions just to define what a movement is, just to define what movement building is. So a movement is basically an organized effort by a large number of a large number of people to cause a change or impede a change. And movement building is just now that whole process of bringing all these people together, influencing them to work towards a common vision. And why do we need movement building? Why are movements necessary? They're really necessary because firstly, they raise awareness about a certain issue. And they raise an awareness with the aim of getting support for that issue and generating a desired outcome or generating a desired change. And they also create a platform for mass action for people who support that cause or desired change. So why did we need to build a movement in Kenya? Why did we bother building a restoration movement in Kenya? First of all, there was the issue of the whole scale and impact of land degradation in Kenya. So Kenya, it's estimated that 30% of Kenya's land is severely degraded, and this is expected to become even worse with the rising population growth. And then there was political goodwill for restoration. And this was demonstrated by the commitment that have been made by the Kenyan government towards restoration targets at international, national, and regional level. And lastly, there was that need to scale like existing restoration efforts, which are fragmented, so that we can ensure that the country will achieve its the commitment that it has made. For example, Kenya's pledge to restore 5.1 million hectares under the Afri 100 target by 2030. So when it comes to the process, I think the Kenya National Landscape Restoration Conference, which was held last year, mid last year, was key, was at the center of this entire process. But before that, we had a series of 6 conference thematic webinars, which built momentum towards the conference, and it provided stakeholders that opportunity to discuss the themes further. It looked at themes such as youth engagement, monitoring, various landscape approaches, private sector involvement, training and capacity building. Then we had the conference in July. And then after the conference, we had some action groups, because during the conference, stakeholders came together. They discussed the various themes at length. They came up with recommendations. They agreed on action plans on how to, on action plans with regards to the various themes. So these action groups were now formed to implement these action plans and to continue the conversation further. So in terms of what we have achieved so far, we formed the 7 action groups, like we mentioned, and these action groups bring together an estimated around 100 different organizations. And these action groups meet regularly. Most of them meet monthly. We have had capacity building events targeting youth, targeting women and faith communities. And we've showcased women leadership, celebrating it, what they're doing in restoration. We're in the process of developing a strategy for faith-based regreening in Africa and in Kenya, and also a call to action to continue the mobilization of stakeholders, faith communities around restoration. And lastly, we've managed to develop a national landscape restoration monitoring framework through the Restoration Monitoring Technical Working Group. So in terms of the key lessons, these are takeaways for anyone who wants to build a similar movement around restoration. These are the critical things that need to be in place. So firstly, there needs to be continuous mobilization of people into the movement, because people come in and go out, and this needs to be done through the use of effective key messages that articulate what the movement is about. And in some cases, this needs to be tailored around the different audiences. You need to identify and align with political opportunities, like what was done here. There was that commitment, the government had made commitments. That makes it easier to get political support. And there's that need to put in place structures for mobilization and organization. So when it comes to mobilization, using existing social networks such as churches, mosques, using social media, and now moving further from just mobilizing to organizing them. And that's what we've done with the action groups, organizing them, because it's really important to do so. Otherwise, the movement will not really have a focus. Then identifying passionate leaders and these are leaders who are dedicated to the cause, leaders who can motivate other people to participate as well, and mobilizing resources to sustain the movement. So we've mostly been doing virtual events, but now we've observed that there's that need to now move on to having physical events and joint actions which require funding. So those are the key lessons. And moving forward, what we're planning to do is now continue engaging further, mobilizing within social media, doing more capacity building for youth, for women, for private sector actors, for faith communities, and also now just doing a follow-up conference at the end of this year just to see what's the progress made, because we had action plans, what's next, and now trying to get people to pledge to move the movement forward.
Laura, could you wrap up, please?
Yes, I'm actually done. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Laura. Thank you for such a passionate presentation. You know, when you talked about mobilizing people, developing the right structures, finding passionate local leaders, that reminded me of Barack Obama. He was a community organizer before he became president, and he had 3 key words for getting a movement going: organize, organize, and organize. Thank you also for the useful reminder of always trying to align ourselves with whatever the political machinery is up to. That can always help. But really, how do we take all that? This partnership effort, this research and development, these budding efforts in Ghana, Kenya, and elsewhere, how do we go about integrating them? How do we go about continuously learning? How do we effectively integrate all the data, the science, and the practices that Regreening Africa has brought to the fore in order to inform the management of regreening efforts on an ongoing basis? And that, of course, is the specialism of my dear old friend Constance Neely. Constance, tell us how it's done. Give us some key pointers on how to do it in the future. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Patrick. I so appreciate how you keep all these threads connected. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk about integrating evidence and practice for adaptive management, and we're going to focus in on a specific activity that we do, which is the role of joint reflective learning missions. And I just want to highlight that this presentation is done with my co-developers of the shared process, Sabrina Chesterburn and Mika Born Oching. So with that, how do we make sure it is evidence, our evidence is integrated into practice and policy in supporting adaptive management to achieve the livelihood and restoration impacts the project has laid out? Well, one of the pivotal elements of the Regreening Africa design and implementation has been the use of the shared methodology, shown here, the framework on the left. We've been using the methodology, which is a structured engagement process for evidence-based planning, decision-making, and implementation, learning, and responding. The Shared Decision Hub is made up of a collection of stakeholder engagement and behavioral specialists and a wide range of scientists that work very much in a transdisciplinary fashion. And within the project, within the Regreening Africa project, the use of the shared approach has been used to strengthen the linkages across science, practice, and policy, and very much among our country teams. And we focus on relationships, tailored engagement, and access to evidence to support learning implementation and policy dynamics, as well as the co-generation of solutions. So through the shared process, with an emphasis on the learn and respond phase of our framework, we've designed a robust engagement phase of the framework, and we have solidified engagement processes to bring experiences and evidence directly to jointly determine how to adapt and refine annual planning. So with that, introduce for the joint reflective learning mission. What is it? It's a reflective and learning process among diverse partners to interrogate and integrate multiple sources of evidence into our practices, into our policies. So the Joint Reflective Learning Mission brings together practitioners, brings together farmers, pastoralists, scientists, and decision makers to interrogate and reflect upon their evidence and the scientific evidence, their practical experience to adapt plans for greater impact. It took shape in the form of field visits by multiple stakeholders, the interrogation of evidence, reflection on our implementation, our scaling and leveraging beyond the project, and influencing policy outcomes. And with a little bit more detail, our field visits incorporated interaction among these different stakeholders in the farmers' fields so that we could learn directly what was working and what was not working. We interrogated data, building on the field progress, the information, challenges and opportunities that have been reporting, the citizen science coming from Regreening Africa app, and land health data that have been presented so beautifully by my colleagues Tor and Lee. Then we reflected on what this means for future implementation, for further scaling and leveraging, and we designed amendments to the technical support, the implementation, the outreach, communications, capacity building, based on this exploration and interrogation. And then we used tools such as outcome mapping to clearly articulate the target stakeholders, the process for engagement, and how to clearly message the way forward. So just as an example, you can see on the left, field visits followed by structured reflection workshop, which is all inclusive. And then when we hit COVID, we had to adapt. We went virtual, but there were still typically field visits, but then followed by a very inclusive virtual reflection workshop. And I want to take this opportunity to just mention that we do undertake to ensure that the evidence is presented in the most accessible format, be they pictures, stories, data visualizations, and maps, as Tor and Lee have also shown. So what changed? I'm just going to give a couple of examples to give you a sense. So we did start to have these thematic cross-country learning events to share what do we all collectively know about this gender transformative approach and how do we want to include it. The scaling model for Senegal was adjusted based on the Joint Reflective Learning Mission. And as Felix has shown, a greater diversification in Rwanda. There was greater uptake of the Regreening app by engaging so closely with the team members and those that were creating it. And then, of course, we targeted technical support and emphasis on where we needed additional resources to continue to reach those targets and to leverage to new sites. So a few aspects of joint reflective monitoring and learning include the approach really does bring a way to create a safe space for honest reflection, structured dialogue, a deeper understanding of the overall system, monitoring that goes beyond documenting, and the strengthening of relationships and enhancing interactions. And I just want to emphasize in this last slide that the JRLM is a scalable approach that can be applied in multiple contexts. And it is readily scalable. It's about building relationships among researchers and development practitioners, using skilled facilitators. It offers a clear path to co-generate solutions based on evidence and experience, and helps to close those learning loops to facilitate adaptive management. Thank you so much.
Constance, thank you so much for explaining how we can take all of these things away, how we can ensure that they fertilize our brains as we continue with this exciting work of trying to regreen landscapes at very large scales. Now, that's it from our presenters, ladies and gentlemen, but we have 15 minutes left, and I know you're all dying to stretch your legs. But before we do that, I'm going to ask the panel to answer a few questions. And the first one is for you, Laura. Faika-san asks, if 70% of the landscape in Kenya is degraded, what would you say are the key drivers of that degradation, and how can they be reversed? Laura?
Expect. Okay, thanks, Patrick, and thanks, Faye, for those questions. Okay, first of all, I want to clarify, I didn't say 70, it's actually 30%, which is severely degraded. So some of the drivers include agriculture, expansion of agricultural land, biomass extraction, that's charcoal, that's fuel wood. And then, of course, there are those socioeconomic factors such as population growth, so it's land governance, the whole issue of land governance. So I think when it comes to dealing with some of those drivers, it's now, of course, putting in place policies to control them. And also, I think restoration plays a bit in it, because if you talk about agriculture, if I look at one challenge like agricultural expansion, just restoring the existing agricultural lands will really help with that. Then putting in place things like policies, like, of course, we have them here in Kenya, where we have the 10% cover on farms. That will really help deal with issues such as that will really reduce the overdependence on forests, on woodlands for fuel wood.
Thanks, Laura. You have a follow-up question from somebody else, from Peter Heads. A bit more world weary, that question. We have had over 40 years, at least 2 generations of movement themes around forest landscape restoration in Kenya. Traction does remain limited. Why is traction still so difficult? What would you say to that?
Wow. That's a very good question and quite complicated. I think I would say one of the reasons has been probably not enough fundraising to sustain the movement that has been done, and then not the fact that we have not had people who, like leaders, who are taking on that cause in the long term. So those are 2 critical things. And probably, I think before we didn't really have political support for restoration, but now I think this is the right time, because there's so much support. There are so many policies, there are so many strategies in place.
Constance, you spent a significant part of your time in Kenya. You know the situation there very well. And of course, you are doing this you're doing all of this work around SHARE to try to align the interests of disparate stakeholders. Would you concur with Laura that these are the key issues that bedevil forest landscape restoration in Kenya? Or do you have a different perspective?
Oh, I think I could only compliment what Laura has said. That was a great presentation, Laura. But I think what I would say is that we have the opportunity to really shape these movements and these mindsets through these strong multi-stakeholder approaches, as we're seeing in a lot of the landscape management tools. But the idea of shifting our thinking of, as Tor and Lee have also mentioned, getting that citizen science to motivate people to see their progress. And so I think it's that engagement. I think Ravi even said it as well. It's about people, it's about practice, and it's about behavior. And thank you for the evidence that's offered up so we can see those decisions come to light. Thank you.
Thank you, Constance. Indeed, it's about practice. Some of the most heartwarming experiences are to see how excited farmers get to finally have data on their fields by using the app, and to participate in this grand experiment which they recognize could transform their continent for the better. There's one other interesting question, and that one is more for you, Edward, and for Gloria and Philip, of course, in the background, from Dr. Michael Abedi-Lorti. He would love to know how the gender transformation approach is perceived locally, and the lessons that are learned in the various settings around that gender transformation approach. How does it fare in cultural transformation in particular? Edward?
Yeah, so I'll just briefly say something, and I'm sure Gloria may want to add to that. So in terms of how it's perceived locally, usually these are things that within our culture setup, people are not used to. But because we have strategically positioned gender champions at the community level, these are people who periodically visit these households, and they are able to, help them address some of the changes they are about to see within their households. And gradually, what we have seen is that it's always difficult to get the change from the perspective of the males. But a few of them who have accepted it have seen the benefits that are coming to the household level. And gradually, we are seeing that they are beginning to appreciate the role that their couples or women also play in terms of household decision and also in terms of landscape activities. So maybe if Gloria will want to add something, I would stop here.
So Edward, you've witnessed that yourself, right? You've been in some of these involved in some of this gender work?
Yes, I've been involved in this some of the gender
Could you give us an anecdote? Could you paint a word picture of what that looks like in reality? How you go from the typical patriarchal attitude to an attitude that is more open and more equal between the genders?
Well, it is one that I will say that to some men, it is very relieving. Why I say that is that because they have been able to support their spouses and they take some of the household chores, they've seen that their spouses are able to increase their income. And based on that, they are able to support household, take care of the expenditure. So it is something that some of them thought that they should have done long. It's long overdue, and they have not been doing it.
So money makes the world go round, even inside the family. Thank you, Edward. We have some more questions. Right. Sorry, I don't see any more questions here. I hear I see a lot of people who are congratulating part of the panelists. So unless there are more questions coming into the Q&A chat.
Patrick,
here we go.
Perhaps we should invite Lee in terms of that.
We have a question for Lee Winowiecki. The presentation, Lee, that you made about the app and about the LDSF led to a lot of excitement in the chat, which I'm discovering now. And quite a few of these questions were, can I use it elsewhere? Can I use it outside of Africa? How can we expand the reach and the benefits of the app? Lee, over to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Patrick, and everyone for these brilliant questions. And absolutely, the Regreening Africa app was originally the brainchild of this project and from the interaction with the partners. But now over 12 projects are using the app. We have seen it be downloaded in over 56 countries. So yes, that's outside of Africa. And absolutely, we see the app as a tool that can be scaled to other initiatives. I see Elvis is on the call, the Great Green Wall. I see many other partners who are working with county governments and national governments. And we are super happy to collaborate and support anyone who's interested in using the app. We just met with a new NGO in Nepal. So we may have to change the name from Regreening Africa to Regreening App. So please reach out to us and we'll be happy to support.
Do you have any indication of, you said 51 countries, any indication of the number of farmers around the world that are already using the app?
So we have over 140,000 individuals using the app and registering these polygons and restoration activities. It is, as Tor's bubble graph was showing, it's really exploding in terms of its use in these countries, and lots of potential. And the idea with the link between the LDSF and the app is that now with these georeferenced polygons and activities, we know what what activities are going on the ground. This is filling a huge gap in the restoration agenda. And now we can link these data with soil organic carbon, soil erosion, tree biodiversity, key indicators, biophysical indicators of land and soil health.
And as I know, Lee, you already find a lot of players, carbon investors, banks, etc., who are sniffing around the app, who think that the data it generates is marvelous. Do you also begin to see that from the perspective of politicians, to get back to the point that Laura is making?
First, I will be clear that we follow all data privacy guidelines, and no data are shared or open, because we are protecting the farmers who are collecting these data. This is a very important point. But as Laura also pointed out, we are really so pleased to be engaging with several county governments who are actually implementing restoration and using the app to track their restoration interventions. And this is so important that we have donors, governments, NGOs, farmers, all rallying around the scaling of landscape restoration, and have acknowledged the important role of monitoring and co-learning in this process.
Super. Truly, this is such an exciting approach, right? The fact that we have data, that we have dashboards, and that the data is provided by these hundreds of thousands of citizen scientists is, for me, one of the most heartwarming thing of this thing. We don't. I want to say we don't need this big machinery, governments and all the rest of it, as long as people themselves can do it. But of course, that would be a lie. We need all of the partners to be involved in this partnership. And maybe, Mika, you can finish it off in a couple of minutes by telling us how all this bubbling of initiatives is actually contributing to regreening, and how we think it might continue after the project formally finishes.
That's a big question for 2 minutes, Patrick, but I'll give a summary.
I know you can do
it. So I think what Regreening Africa shows is that we can bring together all these different components, these different tools, these different experiences. We can look at equity, we can look at rights, we can look at practices, we can look at monitoring and research, and we can bring it all together. And I think this has really shown what is possible. And I really hope that from this, and we'll hear this at the end of the sessions as well from a number of other partners, many of these aspects are now being drawn into big initiatives. We hope to contribute positively to the Great Green Wall, AFR 100, other big initiatives on the continent that can learn from and can take on these efforts. We also hope to see further scaling of these practices in the countries, and obviously a lot of work towards the enabling environment, incentives, but I don't want to give away too much of the next sessions. But I think that there's a lot that can be taken forward, and we're seeing that already happening. And we hope that this discussion and in the future, we can also build these collaborations to bring it forward.
Mika, thank you very much. Everyone, I'd like you to join me in virtually clapping for wonderful panelists and to thank them for an exciting session. Now, we have 3 minutes left before we have the next session, and here's what we're going to do. You are all going to turn on your camera and stand up from your chair, as I'm doing now. Come on, don't be shy. You need to stretch your legs. You need the blood to flow and everything. And now, you're going to close your eyes and lift your arms and imagine you're a tree whose leaves are drinking in the goodness of the sun. Your arms are stretching towards the sun. And now there's a bit of wind coming, and your branches, your arms are beginning to wave about as the wind is strengthening. Good Lord, the wind's getting stronger and stronger and stronger. Your whole body is shaking. Your legs are moving about. The roots are straining to keep you in place as the wind buffets you around. It's bending you over to the front. It's bending you over to the back. It's making you twist in every which way. And the wind slows down, the sun goes down, your leaves droop, and you're done. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your fascinating questions, the wonderful chat. Thank you for the panelists for giving us hope that we can fix this planet from the mess that we've made of it. And back to Constance for the next session. Thank you very much.
I think we're going to a couple of minutes break just in case. Constance, in case people need to.
I think that would be grand. Let's take a couple of minutes just to thank you so much for the stretch. But if anybody else needs to get a glass of water or take a short break, we'll come back in 2 minutes. Thanks so much. All right, that was a sharp exit of music, but thank you so much. Welcome back, everyone. We are getting ready to start session 3 on the economic and policy incentives. I think this is a natural flow of this event that we now move to those incentives that help us really scale up land restoration and impact people's livelihoods. And I just want to set the stage by reminding ourselves of the systems and its interconnectedness across our sectors, our stakeholders, and our scales. We can visualize farm and grazing lands and their managers at the center. And farming and pastoral systems are underpinned by their ecosystem function and supported through production practices and the value chains at different scales that result in livelihoods inputs. And at each step of the way, they are influenced by our enabling environment. So during this last session on a substantive session, we will focus on those incentives and those engagement approaches that enable land restoration. So a couple of key messages as we set out. Equitable incentives motivate and benefit those who undertake landscape restoration, and value chains with economic benefit and policies that create an enabling environment are two of those critical incentives. And with that, I'd like to just prompt a question into the chat box or into your comments section on social media. What incentives have you used to enable the scaling of land restoration? We look forward to hearing from you and our audience. And now I am going to turn our attention to our speakers. And we have an action-packed session. I am going to remind my good colleagues to keep to time. And right now, I just want to introduce all of our speakers very fully, and then we will go from speaker to speaker. So first and foremost, we have Dr. Sammy Carson, our agroforestry scientist who focuses on trees at C4ICRAF. He'll be talking about the Regreening Africa approach to value chains. Then we're going to hear some really specific examples of value chains around the Africa countries. Case from avocado value chain in Kenya, which we're excited to hear from Brian Musia Wambui of World Vision, and then a case on the shea value chain in Mali by Suleiman Fassoum Doumbia of Oxfam. And then we will hear from Dr. Mawa Karambiri, C4 ICRAF policy advisor, on policy engagement approach in Regreening Africa. And that's not all, folks. We are also going to hear a really exciting policy case around the FMNR decree in Niger by Bube Shayaya Abdul Kadri. And he is from CARE as the project manager. And last but not least, the case of integrating FMNR in Somaliland and Puntland state policies. And we will hear Ahmed Mohammed from CARE, Puntland, and Ibrahim Mohammed Muse, who is the Food Security and Livelihoods Manager at World Vision Somaliland. And I've seen some good questions in the chat from around the practices in Somalia. So please, with that, I am delighted to turn the floor to my colleague, Dr. Sami Carson. Set the stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Constance. All right.
Thank you, Mika. Sami, you have the floor.
Constance. All right. Thank you so much, Constance, for the opportunity to share on value chains. Again, my name is Sami Carson, so I'll be presenting on behalf of the team that's involved in this work. Jalal, Grace, and other colleagues involved in the design technical implementation work. So really implementing tree value chains in this program was not just an activity for us, but has provided us important learnings on livelihood aspects that really drive restoration. So in my next few minutes, I'll try to show you some of the approaches that we have actually obtained so far in doing this work. So why tree value chains? Really uniquely, tree value chains, even though most neglected, are a reachable business opportunity, and especially for women who are really have this resource to actually provide income source, but also more importantly, as a food security opportunity. So locally, regionally, and even nationally, we are seeing a development in terms of a growth opportunity for tree-based value chains, and especially from some of these species that have been sort of neglected, that are actually becoming competitive compared to what we've previously relied to, of course, thinking of the mainstream commodity crops. So we're seeing this really focus, giving us an incentive to also do restoration, but also improve reinvestment in agriculture. Because what we've seen, especially for rural communities that earn an income from some of this value chain, that income goes back to developing the land, that income goes back into investing the land and making practices more sustainable. Next slide, please. So interestingly, even though we say tree value chains are neglected, some of the product value chain can actually be very, very complex. And here we provided an example of a mapping of actors who are actually taking part in the value chain sector, in the shea value chain sector. So looking at all the actors that are involved from the farm level to really the local level, to the national level, all the way to the international level. And we see a very range of roles, a diverse range of roles that is actually being played by the different actors, really, and who are trying to see in terms of our intervention, what are those interventions we could actually do to realize quick wins, given that some of really the intervention needs significant investment in terms of expertise and significant investment in terms of resource that even touch on infrastructure development so that we actually having fully fledged product development. So our focus has really focused mainly on the primary level actors, so the local level actors all the way to the national level actors, to really help address some of the critical areas that also touch around restoration. Next slide, please. So we set out to identify some of the bottlenecks that really hinder takeoff for some of these value chains. And we have identified issues that include issues of resource depletion, and especially when you're thinking of geographicals like the parklands, where we actually seeing issues of the aging parklands and maturing trees and, of course, tree removals within these systems. So having also, of course, experiencing issues in terms of gaps in technical support, issues around processing, issues around infrastructure and finance that communities can actually receive really to develop this value chain. It's a long-term process, so we are trying to see also where we actually fit in most closely to have a quick win with a 5-year program. Next slide, please. Yeah, so following our situational assessment, what we actually try to do is develop some sort of collective action, especially for the local level actors. So this really helped us to really focus in terms of looking at what collective actions, activities we could do in terms of supporting business groups, association, cooperatives, saving and loan groups that really could, of course, bring together their resources and, of course, get some advantage out there in the market, given the challenges that are actually out there. We've managed to organize a lot of trade fairs, and in the next segments by my colleagues, you see some of the experiences in terms of exhibitions, food competition fairs, business development opportunities and trainings that have taken place in terms of developing groups that have been set up across the regions to develop key value chains. Next. So another crucial approach that has happened so far is really mobilizing support for these value chains, because like I was saying earlier, they are quite neglected. And what we actually don't see is that institutional support, that institutional backing. If you think about this value chain compared to the of commodities, of these value chains lack that institutional to help in policies that support them. And also, so what we tend to see is a neglect of this facility across the countries. Working is actually organize national forums and invite all level stakeholders. And on the left there, you could see a forum that we held recently with colleagues in Mali, where we had also a minister actually come and attend the Barros interaction with the communities and the women groups that are actually trading. We have high-level participants actually coming in and exchanging. We had microfinance coming in, really provide information about what government can do and how we can actually better align some of these value chains to what national institutes are doing. Okay, next. Yes, so we managed to record quite a number of learnings, like I was saying earlier, in terms of how we actually can develop these value chains. Some of them need a lot of marketing support. A lot of them are seasonal. So what we see is really, other than just developing one value chain that operates for a single season, how do we close those seasonal gaps? Then also addressing some of those critical issues in terms of business registration, in terms of licensing, in terms of providing, marketing outlets, in terms of branding, but also, looking at input side of things, because again, this is sort of lacking. So quite a number of opportunities have been documented, and we are seeing that as an area that could actually provide a lot of information and a lot of knowledge to new projects that are coming in and interested to develop tree-based value chains. Next. Yes, so we recorded again more detailed challenges around value chains, and some of them, of course, around issues of harvesting. And we see indiscriminate harvesting, but also we're seeing, of course, uninformed in terms of processing and production issues, where mixed quality of produce is used, and the opportunity missing there of, of course, even developing, trees, tree species or varieties that will provide a uniform produce, so that actually off-takers are able to get a uniform product for processing, and again, avoiding the problem of mixed quality issues and poorly targeted markets. Targeting, of course, also looks at the vertical actors, and especially at the policy level and governance issues, because again, we see quite a lot of disconnect there between what the policymakers are looking for and what rural communities are able to produce or engage in. Okay. Next, so quite a number of learnings have been recorded within this work. We are seeing also for every product, we really need to think about restoration plans for those projects, for those products and trees, because again, we are seeing the issue of depletion if left alone, of course, to few actors. Issues of product diversification, looking at the of course, seasonality issues, and communities not able to close seasonal gaps where produce are actually only traded within short months over here, but also then looking at the overall business sustainability plans. So how can government support? How can we actually do better gender integration and consideration for these enterprises? How could we actually tap into the growth potential for this? How can we actually have better market share for these enterprises? And how can we actually avoid also unintended consequences by developing some of the value chains that could be destructive? We've developed a short
may we invite
guide.
you to finish up?
Right. Yes, we have a small guide there that can provide quite a straightforward and in a clear format guide on how to develop tree-based value chains, because again, we see a knowledge gap in that sector. So we've developed a number of national level recommendations from the national forums that we have. And this is just an example, Constance, of the recommendations that have come out from the national value chain forums that we've conducted across countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sammy. That was an excellent overview, and I love your key steps to causing it to happen. Really well done. And my hardest job is telling people to stop talking, but I appreciate your keeping the time. Thank you so much. And now we are going to hear about the avocado value chain. And I am delighted to invite Brian Wambua from World Vision and Robert Karui from Haybax. So a public-private partnership. Please, you have the floor, Brian.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope I'm audible.
You are fine. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity. I want to make a presentation about avocado value chain. The reason is that in Kenya, Kenya is one of the countries in the world which is greatest producers and exporters of avocado, which is a fruit. And the avocado we are talking here is a hybrid, so it's a grafted fruit tree. And in Kenya, we deal with two varieties. One is called Fuete, and the other one is called Hass. And the reason is that because if you have the opportunity for the country to do a lot of production and export for market, it means there's a lot of economic value surrounding the avocado value chain. And remember, in line with the Regreening Africa project, the overall goal is to reverse land degradation through scaling up of green agriculture by smallholder farmers in Africa. So we saw that as a great opportunity to leverage on, so that we may get more and more farmers in Kenya living in degraded landscapes to adopt avocado farming, integrating with other forms of agriculture and crops they are growing, so that we can have trees on farm. Next to the other slide. Yeah, so one of the ways now to encourage the smallholder farmers in Kenya living in integrated landscapes to adapt the avocado value chain and invest in it was to look at how we can start the initiative, because remember, these farmers, some of them are faced with the poverty challenge, and scaling up and investing in restoration by farmers who are smallholder farmers is very expensive. So through working with Habex, we engage the farmers on a contract basis so that the private sector, which is Habex, is able to provide the ceilings on a credit, and then the farmers are able to adopt the ceilings which they have been given, a minimum of 40 ceilings, and then when they harvest, Habex provides the market, exports the fruits which have been harvested, and then the costs implications of supporting the initial ceilings for planting is catered for when those farmers sell the fruits to Habex for export. And the Habex, which is the company, private company supporting the farmers, which we are linking with the project, supports also free extension services to farmers up to the point of marketing and selling the fruits which have been harvested. Yeah. Next. Next. Yeah, so through the contract model to strengthen the avocado value chain by the smallholder farmers, we're able to reach to at least 3,000 farmers who are mobilized and capacity builded from 2018 up to present. Remember, the project was running from 2017 to 2022, which is a 5-year period. And currently, we have a total of 2,300 smallholder farmers already engaged in the avocado contract farming model in 2 counties of Baringo and Elgeyo Marakwet. So out of the 2,300 farmers engaged in the 2 counties, a total of 92,000 avocado trees have been established in the 2 counties with an annual output of 100,000 kilos of avocados harvested, bringing it to an income of $50,000 US with 1,150 acres restored and avocado. So you can see now the general output in avocado production and income to farmers is expected to rise as more and more farmers still embrace the avocado value chain, and also most of the trees are still at growth and maturity stage. Next. Yeah, this is an example of a farmer in Baringo, and as I've indicated that currently we have 2,300 farmers who have planted at least 40 avocado trees on farm. It tells you how we've been able, through a period of less than 4 years, through engagement with Habex and the contractor farming with farmers, how we have been able to develop small forests at community level to ensure that these farmers, as much as we are strengthening the avocado value chain, we are still in line with the project goals and objectives of reversing land degradation, enhancing food security, enhancing economic income, and also promoting climate change resilience in community areas which are degraded and which are prone to degradation. Next. Yeah, so how have we been working with Habex as a project? Habex is a private company, as I've indicated, engaged in avocado value chain in Kenya. So the Regreening project is working in 7 counties in Kenya to restore degraded sites. So we leverage on partners in those counties who are doing a restoration so that we can work with them and synergize to ensure that we scale up restoration, which has already been ongoing in those counties by those partners. And Habex has been one of them in Baringo and Elgeyo Marakwet counties. So for us, we've been focusing on growing high-value multipurpose trees to contribute restoration, to promote household nutritional value and long-term farmers' economic income, among other ecological services. So leveraging on Habex expertise on marketing of avocado project, set to mobilize farmers to incorporate avocado to diversify farm productivity. So as I indicated earlier, the project supported in identification, mobilization, capacity building, and linking the farmers to Habex, which in turn supports supply of high-value seeds, which are grafted, and also extension services and guaranteed market for the fruits which are exported. Next. Yeah, the opportunities which we have, one is scaling out avocado fruit value chain to other potential counties. Remember, we are only working in 2 counties with updates, but we have other counties which are viable for avocado fruit value chain production and also strengthening, like Nakuru, Uasin Gishu County, and also Laikipia. Other opportunities are that more farmers are coming on board, and the yield increase at the trees at different stages of development. Challenges are land ownership and competing land uses, and also capital for expansion of the regreening model to other viable areas. Next. Yeah, so key lessons and messages. One is that the market-led horticulture projects combining private sector expertise will help small, medium, and enterprise farmers to overcome the challenges they face to access markets, increase production, and improve food safety. Leveraging on private sector investment during the farmers make the project viable, innovative, and scalable. Farmer-to-farmer learning accelerates adoption of land restoration approaches. Then benefit-based approaches promote tree survival and management by farmers. Next. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Brian. And we so appreciated that story. And you're getting lots and lots of questions. So you may want to check the chat box as well as the Q&A. People are very excited about the avocado value chain and your work together with farmers and through the NGO and with Paybex, the private sector partner. All right, with that, I am now going to, we collectively are all going to Mali, and we are going to hear about the shea value chain. So with that, I would invite my good colleague, Doumbia, to take the floor. And Doumbia, I just also wanted just to say, if you're just joining, you can use French or English in the translation if you look at the lower part of your screen. Merci, Doumbia. Vous avez la parole.
Ok, merci beaucoup, Constance. Je suis Suleiman Doumbia, je suis le manager Regreening Africa au Mali, spécialiste des chaînes de valeur. Je suis chargé de vous présenter la chaîne de valeur de qualité en tant que moteur de restauration pour le Mali. Diapo. Donc, retenez bien qu'au Mali, le sous-secteur forestier est porteur de plusieurs domaines, tels que la pharmacopée, la sécurité alimentaire, le commerce, l'artisanat, et contribue au PIB national à 49%. Et selon les statistiques fournies par la Direction nationale des eaux et forêts, si l'on tient compte des produits de cueillette tels que le karité, la gomme arabique, la faune sauvage, des fruits sauvages et des essences pour la pharmacopée, la valeur estimative des produits du sous-secteur forestier serait de l'ordre de 70 milliards de francs CFA par an. Et sur ce montant, les amandes et le beurre de karité rapportent à l'exportation malienne près de 11 milliards, 1,1 milliard de francs CFA par an. Diapo. Et notre approche au Mali pour promouvoir les chaînes de valeur agroforestières dans le cadre du projet Reverdir l'Afrique s'est articulé autour des points suivants. D'abord, nous avons réalisé une étude diagnostique en suivant l'approche analyse et développement du marché ADM. Cette étude nous a permis de faire l'état des lieux des produits forestiers non lignés et de présélectionner les produits forestiers non lignés prioritaires. Aussi d'identifier les acteurs et d'évaluer leurs capacités, et d'identifier les contraintes liées au développement des chaînes de valeur agroforestières. Par rapport à la chaîne de valeur beurre de karité, les contraintes identifiées sont essentiellement le vieillissement du parc karité, une faible organisation des acteurs de la filière qualité, le faible accès au marché, un accès difficile au crédit. Après avoir fait l'étude diagnostique, nous avons formé nos agents terrain par rapport à l'approche chaîne de valeur. Et cette formation a permis aux agents de descendre sur le terrain pour aller rencontrer les acteurs à la base et de faire un diagnostic beaucoup plus poussé au niveau de la base pour voir quelles sont les chaînes de valeur autour desquelles les acteurs veulent se structurer. Et toutes les priorités, dans la majeure partie des cas, les priorités se sont dégagées autour de la chaîne de valeur qualité. Et ce qui nous a permis de structurer plus de 2000 femmes en 21 coopératives, sociétés coopératives selon l'acte uniforme de l'OADA et de créer au sein des coopératives 67 groupes DPC. Les groupes DPC chez nous, c'est des groupements d'épargne qui permettent aux femmes de mettre des règles et de fixer des montants à épargner localement et de s'attribuer mutuellement ces montants sous forme de prêts avec des intérêts raisonnables. Donc, voilà comment nos femmes ont été structurées et fonctionnent. Aussi, nous avons procédé au renforcement des capacités techniques et matérielles des coopératives à travers des séries de formations sur les itinéraires techniques de production de beurre de qualité. Nous avons aussi fait des formations en entrepreneuriat, la vie coopérative et aussi la gestion des stocks, la gestion administrative, la comptabilité simplifiée. Nous avons aussi doté les coopératives de plans d'affaires. Eux aussi, nous avons renforcé leurs capacités en les dotant en matériel de transformation. C'est pourquoi vous allez voir dans les coopératives que nous soutenons, nous avons installé des unités de transformation à travers des plateformes multifonctionnelles et aussi nous leur avons doté de petits équipements. Aussi, nous avons organisé une session de mise en relation des différents acteurs avec les fournisseurs de services financiers et les acheteurs potentiels, parce que vous voyez l'intérêt, c'est que nous avons des fournisseurs de services financiers qui sont dans les zones, mais nos coopératives ont peur de les aborder du fait que les taux sont un peu trop élevés. Donc, il fallait créer un cadre d'échange qui permet aux différents acteurs de mettre des stratégies de collaboration gagnant-gagnant. Et aussi, avec les acheteurs, nous avons remarqué que c'est les acheteurs qui fixent les prix sur le marché. Or, les acheteurs, en fixant les prix sur le marché, ne garantissent pas les revenus pour nos producteurs. Donc, cette mise en relation a permis aux différents partenaires de développer des cadres de collaboration gagnant-gagnant. Et dans ce même ordre, Samy a fait cas du forum sur les chaînes de valeur que nous avons organisé au mois d'août dernier, qui s'est achevé le 13 août dernier, un forum qui a permis de valoriser encore la chaîne de qualité, la chaîne de valeur qualité au niveau national. Diapo. Diapo. En termes de challenges et d'opportunités, comme défi à relever, retenez que nous avons un parc très vieillissant de qualité. Comme opportunité, nous avons un grand engagement des femmes dans les activités de reverdissement à travers les activités de semi-direct de qualité. Comprenez bien que dans notre culture au Mali, les gens s'abstiennent de semer ou de planter de qualité parce que c'est un arbre qui donne des fruits pendant de longues années et les gens pensent que quand l'arbre va commencer à donner des fruits, donc c'est comme si la personne qui a sémé l'arbre peut mourir. Donc les gens pensent que les qualités devraient pousser de façon naturelle. Avec le reverdissement, nous avons réussi, avec le programme de reverdissement, nous avons réussi à les sensibiliser, à leur donner une autre façon de voir la chose. ce qui a amené beaucoup d'engouement à la plantation, surtout avec les chaînes de valeur. Les gens sont de plus en plus conscients que si on ne rajeunit pas le parc, un jour, il n'y aura pas de matières premières. Aussi, nous avons développé en 2020 une initiative que nous avons appelée initiative Une femme, un pied de carité ou méré, à travers laquelle nous avons sensibilisé chaque femme bénéficiaire du projet à planter un arbre, un karité ou un néré. Aussi, nous avons mené beaucoup d'activités de plaidoyer sur le terrain auprès des autorités coutumières. Et ces activités de plaidoyer ont permis de favoriser l'acquisition par 42 groupements de femmes de plus de 80 hectares pour l'installation des parcs forestiers dont la priorité a été donnée aux carités. Au plan financier, les activités de transformation et de vente de produits de qualité a permis au groupement de mobiliser plus de 20 millions de francs CFA. Diapo. Comme leçon apprise, il faut retenir que la combinaison des actions d'amélioration de la couverture végétale avec des actions de gestion de la fertilisation du sol et les développements des chaînes de valeur des produits forestiers non lignés constituent des facteurs de motivation des producteurs. Nous avons constaté qu'avec le développement des chaînes de valeur de plus en plus, les producteurs sont motivés et sont en train de se mobiliser vers la plantation des arbres qui les rapportent dans les qualités, parce que, ayant pris conscience que ces arbres les rapportent, parce que c'était un peu aussi un des objectifs de reverdissement que nous avions, c'est-à-dire comment faire en sorte que les producteurs tirent un profit économique de la forêt. Donc voilà, il paraît que nous avons beaucoup réussi. Et les gens sont conscients qu'avec la plantation des arbres comme le karité, ils peuvent garantir l'existence, ils peuvent garantir la matière première pour continuer à alimenter leur entreprise. Aussi, les femmes et les jeunes qui sont les principaux acteurs de la transformation des produits forestiers peuvent jouer aussi un grand rôle dans la restauration si cette catégorie de personnes sont organisées en groupement et aussi leur organisation en groupement pour la production et la transformation aussi peut faciliter leur accès à la propriété et aussi aux arbres préservés, aux produits pour pouvoir contribuer à la transformation et générer des ressources. Diapo.
Thank you.
Donc, merci beaucoup pour votre participation et votre attention.
Oh, congratulations, Dumbia. That was a wonderful presentation. And I know everybody in the world enjoys the benefits of SHARE. So thank you for that. And thank you for sharing those important means by which you've been able to move it forward. So at this moment, I'm going to turn it over to another dear colleague, Mawa Karambiri, Dr. Karambiri, and invite her as we transition to the policy dimension, and she will talk about the policy approach. Mawa, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Constance, for the floor. Cher tout le monde. Mes diapos sont en anglais, mais on m'a demandé de présenter en français pour qu'on ait encore plus de voix de la langue française ici. Donc, content d'être là avec vous. Donc, la question que je vais adresser ici est comment est-ce que nous avons abordé la question des politiques en relation avec la restauration des paysages dans le projet Regreening l'Afrique. Vous allez voir dans les prochaines slides, please, que notre approche des politiques. Can you move a slide, please? Yeah. Notre approche des politiques est celle d'une approche structurée, une approche basée sur les preuves et les évidences pour engager tous les acteurs et parties prenantes dans le dialogue afin d'influencer les politiques en matière de restauration des terres. Donc ici, je vous présente ici en 6 étapes interactives une vue d'ensemble de cette approche ainsi que quelques exemples que vous avez déjà entendus et que vous entendrez encore plus avec les collègues dans quelques instants. So, en résumé, nous avons procédé d'abord à une analyse des politiques de restauration, d'agroforesterie et de développement d'une manière générale dans les 8 pays impliqués dans le projet, afin de faire l'état des lieux de ce qui manque et ainsi identifier les opportunités d'engagement politique. Par exemple, en ce moment, nous sommes en train de faire une analyse des documents en rapport avec la RNA au Mali et au Sénégal. Nous faisons l'analyse des codes forestiers et d'autres documents pour pouvoir identifier les gaps et organiser nos actions futures autour de ce que nous avons découvert comme gaps. Et ensuite, donc, nous avons cartographié les acteurs. Je reviens au slide. Nous avons cartographié les acteurs et parties prenantes. Puis, nous avons organisé des ateliers pays pour partager et discuter les défis et opportunités avec encore toutes les parties prenantes. Ensuite, nous avons dressé une vision et une feuille de route commune, après quoi nous avons identifié et cartographié les résultats et les réformes attendues pour enfin planifier des processus de plaidoyer avec les décideurs pour une réforme des politiques contraignantes. Next slide. Donc, je vous donne ici quelques exemples des outils que nous avons utilisés et aussi quelques exemples d'engagement. En matière d'outils, il y a cet outil qui est la cartographie des résultats et des réformes attendues que nous appelons les outcome mapping, qui est un outil d'analyse et de suivi basé sur le changement de comportement contraignant. So, l'outil permet d'identifier les fenêtres d'opportunité d'influence des politiques et de planifier le dialogue inclusif et l'apprentissage interactif qui est nécessaire et enfin de suivre et d'adapter les informations pour obtenir de meilleurs résultats. En termes d'engagement, vous venez d'entendre Edward sur le Northern Ghana Restoration Initiative, qui est vraiment une initiative que nous avons entreprise à partir des dialogues inclusifs au niveau village, au niveau province, au niveau région et aussi très prochainement au niveau national. De même, vous avez entendu Laura sur la stratégie d'agroforesterie et d'autres aspects au Kenya. Au Sénégal aussi, nous avons, avec notre partenaire World Vision, nous avons entrepris dans les bassins arachidiers des processus inclusifs, multi-acteurs et interactifs qui ont permis l'élaboration et la redynamisation des parcours de bétail, des conventions locales et la mise en place de comités locaux de gestion de la transhumance, toute chose qui a vraiment permis de réduire drastiquement les conflits dans la zone. Next slide, please. Nous avons aussi participé à l'obtention du décret sur la RNA au Niger, dont vous allez entendre parler dans quelques instants avec notre collègue du Niger. Toujours en termes d'engagement, nous avons organisé des dialogues d'échange, d'apprentissage virtuel et en présentiel aussi, entre équipes projets et aussi entre pays pour apprendre des défis et des bonnes pratiques. Nous avons aussi organisé des webinaires, comme Constance l'a mentionné, dû à la coronavirus. Nous avons organisé des webinaires, par exemple, sur l'approche transformative de genre, sur l'inclusion des jeunes, sur la foi et les croyances religieuses en tant que moteur de restauration des terres. Toujours dans la même lancée, la semaine prochaine, nous organisons une visite d'études et d'apprentissage au Niger pour apprendre du processus du décret présidentiel sur la RNA. Donc, cette visite d'études sera au profit d'acteurs et puis des décideurs du Sénégal et du Mali. Tout ceci fait partie, en fait, de notre stratégie d'utiliser les évidences, de partager, voilà, pour influencer les politiques. Next slide. De même, nos ateliers participatifs nous aident davantage à mettre en tandem les plateformes de sciences politiques et pratiques, et aussi de reverser les données et évidences que nous avons pu rassembler et produire, de reverser tout ceci dans les systèmes nationaux afin de promouvoir des décisions et des prises de décisions basées sur les preuves. Donc, voilà, nous faisons ceci à travers les workshops qui ont déjà commencé et qui se poursuivent. Next slide. Donc, ici, nous avons en fait l'opportunité de mobiliser. On the next slide, nous avons l'opportunité de mobiliser plus de ressources et de rallier plus de soutien au modèle intégré d'intervention que nous avons initié dans ce projet. Nous pouvons aussi bâtir un plus vaste réseau de collaboration avec les acteurs pour mieux réaliser les objectifs nationaux et les cibles pays de restauration. Nous pouvons enfin continuer le partage de notre approche et les bonnes pratiques et résultats atteints, comme nous l'avons déjà initié et comme nous le faisons aujourd'hui. So, on the next slide, 2 leçons et messages clés pour terminer. Un environnement de politique favorable est indispensable pour la mise à l'échelle de la restauration des paysages en Afrique subsaharienne. Et aussi, le deuxième message et leçon clé, c'est qu'une approche d'influence des politiques adaptée au contexte, inclusive et basée sur les évidences, permet une synergie des efforts et un meilleur résultat de la restauration des terres. Merci beaucoup, Constance. Thank you.
Brilliant, Mawad. That was an excellent presentation. Thank you for really unpacking the different elements of the approach that makes that direct link to policy shifts and drawing on what we're getting done in terms of practice and policy. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Now we are going to hear a bit more detail about those policy shifts. And I am excited now to introduce Bube Chayaya Abdul Kadri, who is going to present from Niger about the case of farmer-managed natural regeneration decree. Thank you so much. You have the floor. Vous avez la parole.
Merci. Donc, je vais vous présenter un peu les processus et les leçons issues du décret sur la régénération naturelle assistée au Niger. Il faut tout d'abord indiquer que le contexte du Niger est un contexte sahélien où l'entretien et le maintien de l'arbre constituent un défi majeur. La déforestation étant de mise, l'alternative constitue donc la régénération naturelle assistée constitue une alternative à la restauration des terres et présente des opportunités pour le système de production agricole, agro-pastoral en termes de potentiel. Il existe déjà un certain nombre de textes, dont le décret 2004-040 qui porte sur le régime forestier au Niger. Ce décret est relatif aux parcs agroforestiers qui font partie intégrante du patrimoine commun, dont la jouissance de l'arbre forestier issu de la régénération naturelle assistée est reconnue prioritairement aux propriétaires des champs. Cependant, les difficultés de nature diverses émergent dans la pratique par rapport à la régénération naturelle assistée, d'où la nécessité d'une réglementation de l'utilisation de cette pratique de gestion des ressources naturelles durables. Slide, s'il vous plaît. Les principes et les modalités d'accès aux arbres de la régénération naturelle assistée sont invoqués dans ce décret qui reconnaît le droit aux propriétaires du champ de repérer et entretenir, planter et d'exploiter les arbres de son choix dans son champ, mais sous réserve des mesures de protection de l'environnement et du respect des droits des tiers. L'État garantit également la bonne gestion du patrimoine forestier national et prend des mesures incitatives adéquates et la sécurisation des producteurs engagés dans la pratique de la régénération naturelle assistée dans la limite autorisée par la législation. Les services étatiques des eaux et forêts et de l'environnement de manière générale assurent un encadrement et un conseil de la pratique de la régénération naturelle assistée ainsi que la valorisation des sous-produits de l'arbre. Aussi, il est autorisé la vaine pâture des animaux dans les parcs par toute autre personne que le propriétaire du champ. Donc, en dehors du propriétaire du champ, les autres éleveurs ont le droit de faire la pâture, assurer le pâturage extensif de leurs animaux. Slide. Les dispositions réglementaires prévues dans le décret sur la régénération naturelle assistée donc, il y a d'abord la récolte de tout produit ou sous-produit sur les arbres clôturés ou issus du greffage, ou tout arbre ayant fait l'objet de soins est reconnu au propriétaire. Cependant, il est prévu aussi que même quelqu'un qui détient un permis d'abattage délivré par l'administration forestière ne peut abattre ou élaguer et émonder un arbre sans l'autorisation du propriétaire du champ. Aussi, l'exploitation du fourrage aérien des autres, donc par les autres, en dehors du propriétaire du champ, se fait sous forme soit de vaine pâture, donc laisser les animaux eux-mêmes utiliser le fourrage aérien, mais sans coupe ni émondage, qui ne sont autorisés, notamment l'émondage ou l'élagage, qui est sous réserve de l'accord du propriétaire du champ. C'est-à-dire, donc, il faut que le propriétaire du champ autorise pour couper. Mais sinon, le reste, c'est les animaux en vaine pâture, même pour les fourrages aériens. Slide, s'il vous plaît. En termes de défis et des opportunités, d'abord, les défis, c'est la valorisation, la vulgarisation à grande échelle de ce décret et l'application par les différents acteurs du contenu du décret. Le deuxième défi, c'est la conciliation du droit à la vaine pâture des animaux avec l'impératif de l'accord du propriétaire du champ de la régénération naturelle assistée ou des arbres protégés et ou greffés. C'est-à-dire, comme on autorise aux animaux d'utiliser le fourrage, y compris aérien, dans les champs, et de l'autre côté, donc, le propriétaire du champ reste le seul détenteur de l'autorisation, en tout cas, de couper ces arbres ou les arbres qui sont entretenus. Donc, c'est un défi de pouvoir concilier les deux droits. Le troisième défi, c'est faire en sorte que le droit et autorisation d'abattage des arbres ne se transforme en abus et ne soit source de conflit. Donc, il ne faut pas que le droit se transforme en source de conflit. Slide. Les principales leçons, c'est que l'avantage de disposer d'une telle législation, ça permet d'assurer une réglementation de la régénération naturelle assistée, une réglementation pour la prévention et la gestion des conflits de l'exploitation des ressources naturelles. L'autre leçon, c'est que l'encadrement de la pratique de la régénération naturelle assistée est une opportunité de reverdissement à grande échelle parce que ça conforte les pratiquants dans cette pratique qui, avant, était confrontée à de nombreuses contraintes, notamment relativement à la coupe abusive et à la vaine pâture qui sont sources de conflit. L'autre leçon, c'est que ce décret est l'aboutissement du plaidoyer par rapport à la régénération naturelle assistée. Donc, l'obtention de ce décret permet de voir que le plaidoyer porté par différents acteurs permet d'aboutir aux solutions législatives concluantes, comme ce décret-là, qui permet de gérer ou de prévenir des conflits entre les acteurs. Slide, s'il vous plaît. Merci.
Thank you so much, Doumbia. I'm sorry. Thank you so much. That was really an excellent presentation. I think that that we have learned an enormous amount. And I think if those of you who have been tracking the Niger story, it has been a long time coming, but it is also a success story that continues to prove more and more success. So thank you so much for that. And now I would, and I greatly appreciate that, Bube. Now I would like to introduce my colleagues from CARE Puntland, Ahmed Mohammed, and our Food Security and Livelihoods Manager from World Vision, Somaliland. They're going to both speak for 5 minutes each, Ibrahim Mohammed Mousse, and we are going to hear about how FMNR has been integrated into state policies in Somaliland and Puntland. Ahmed, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Constance. Hi, everyone. This is Ahmed Mohammed from CARE Somalia, presenting from Garowe, Puntland, state of Somalia. If I go through my presentation of today, it was an important aspect of our project implementation of Regreening Africa in Puntland. If I could give you a bit of a background, our time is very limited, but let me go through the presentation. In the current situation, what we have done was there was an integration of the FMNR, BMNR language into an existing rangeland management policy. That decision was made because formulation of policies and many of them was not a good idea at that time. So we had taken that decision to integrate the existing ones. So there's a strong government commitment to FMNR approach, which was a new phenomenon at that time. And what we had done also was a policy consultation with key stakeholders here in Puntland. And there was also an event where policy was tabled before the Puntland policymakers, the relevant agencies like the livestock and other security agencies. there was also a relevant agencies which devised implementation and their implementation strategies. We also, on behalf of the government, since the project closed, the government continued to build the capacity of the government, staff and communities on FMNR, BMNR, based on the policy which was introduced. FMNR, BMNR policy was also embedded in the National Development Plan. Puntland also started incorporating FMNR, BMNR into state-run projects. There's also a monitor and evaluation impact on primary stockholder beneficiaries, which are also being done by the government now as a result of our efforts. There's a process now undergoing. There's a buy-in from the federal government. They are exploring replication because in Somalia we have 4 other states in the south. So those states started to also gain from what we have done here in Puntland. If you can continue. Yes, if you can check here, maybe you have presented some of the things we have done here is you can see this a law enforcement officer come to see how the government they introduced rangeland management policy and integrated with the BMNR is in effect in the land. So there's what we have done is ministries demonstrated commitment and confidence in the rollout, and they enforcing FMNR. They started enforcing FMNR. There is high uptake by land ministries. There's also strong public sensation processes, which also created a buy-in and public confidence. Benefits was expanded to run non-Regreening Africa target project precautions. And in the project was only focused in 2 regions in Puntland. There are 3 other main regions which are now being expanded to the initiative of the policy. Large portions of the communities in Puntland also started practicing the approach of their land because initially they were hesitant because nobody was thinking that this kind of approach can become a land restoration approach that can reclaim the eroded land. So the policies proved to be a low cost. I'm talking about here the FMNR. It's proved to be a low cost land restoration approach, suitable and replicable to the dry lands of Puntland. When the policy was expanded or disseminated to some communities in other regions, they have accepted as a low-cost method of land restoration approach. There's also a strong engagement of women who are also contributing significantly in the uptake efforts. Can we go, please? Okay, here we have I mixed up here challenges and opportunities, which we have seen during you can see this woman is in an FMNR, she's called Fardosa, FMNR site in a place called Rat Village. The weather is not good. It's a dry land area, and we see FMNR is suitable to this area. Some of these trees we were planting are the Camifora trees, which are adaptable to this harsh climate, and it even became a cash crop these days. This type of plant is exported to outside countries, and the government is now controlling because the people are not planting more trees. So if it exported many of these plants, it can turn the land to more dry land. So there's some of the challenges we have. The budgetary support is inadequate, which can support the statewide dissemination of BMNR and FMNR policy. Also, pastoralists with limited knowledge are also a challenge because they see it as a threat to their way of life. Normally here we are, farmers are very few. Most of the people are pastoralists and they practice free grazing. So they see it as a challenge, so to convince them was is still a challenge, but but it is progressing well. Women and youth are the force of FMNR, BMNR initiatives, giving their efforts to convince every skeptical community member. They are the force we were using during our dissemination of the policy and FMNR implementation and other greening approaches. There's also a growing confidence among the communities, local stakeholders and government for giving the much needed attention to land restoration. If you can continue.
Ahmed, let's start to close out. Thank you.
Key lessons and messages. There's need to fund long-term projects to fully scale up FMNR, BMNR adoption. In Bultran also, we have seen that mixed approach for land restoration works. Community building, especially started communities to build their confidence. Coming forward balances, which I was explaining, was used for fencing farms, also for regreening. The traditional norms played an important role in the social fencing because we have that challenge of free grazing. There's also a need for what we have seen is participated land and resource baseline and monitoring assessment, which is also essential in supporting adaptive management. There's also an existing strong movement for land restoration at grassroots level here, which needs strengthening and maintenance. Hello, thank you for my short presentation.
Thank you so much, Ahmed. I really appreciate that. And now may we turn it over to hear from our colleague in Somaliland, Ibrahim Mohammed Muse. Ibrahim, you have the floor. That looks super. Please go ahead. Thank you.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, Ibrahim, we can't hear you.
Ibrahim, I'm not sure if it's your mic because it appears you're not, that you are not muted. Can we just check to make sure we can hear your voice?
The mic seems to be connected okay. Can you go ahead, Ibrahim?
Now, can you hear
try
me?
again? Yes.
Oh, now it's better, right? Oh, great.
Yeah.
Well,
thank you very much.
Yeah, sorry for that. FMNR integration in Somaliland government policy was quite successful. The Ministry of Environment and Rural Development mainstreamed FMNR in the national strategy for 2021 up to 2025 as one of the land restoration approaches. Also, the ministry produces weekly radio talk program promoting FMNR practices and other sustainable land restoration practices in Somaliland. Another good thing is that the Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Agriculture technical staff have been trained on FMNR approach and they became a certified FMNR practitioners. This ensures, the sustainability and continuity of such, wonderful and inspiring model of FMNR. Such integration includes the government has already created enabling policies and laws for greening efforts. There is a forestry and wildlife conservation law. There is environment conservation law, climate change policy, Somaliland environmental management law passed by the parliament. The government conducted consultative conference recently in 2021, July 2021. The government conducted a consultative conference on environment protection and conservation of biodiversity in 5 regions of Somaliland. Generally, the eastern regions are quite more semi-arid than the western regions. Therefore, the government focused this time around that they together with the other stakeholders, including partners and the different institutions of the government, to put an effort in tackling with tree cutting and charcoal, which is a major problem in these areas. They want to enforce the laws that they have been created. So they have set up a consultative workshop in July 2021, which a number of ministries, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Justice, all regional governors, the police commissioners, you can see from this photo that everybody is there. Then that was a wonderful opportunity, and the FMNR champions participated in this conference and advocated FMNR uptake for land restoration, which was being by freely. An example of land storage is like Beirut village of FMNR site, which is Odwina district of the region. You can see the before photo, and then the women started to receive the area, and you see how significantly, change adapt. When a FMNR was being applied, this is what comes out after photo shows everything here. This is the example of what we are talking about. So this the inspiring model of FMNR has been taken up very well in Somaliland. The challenges of survey is mostly there is a recurrent drought, and then community movement in search of water and pasture is common. Sometimes when this happens, tree cutting for charcoal production as a source of income to survive as a coping strategy happiness, which is a problem here. And the long, quite 2 years, COVID-19 have been affected our implementation also in reaching more target than expected. And this was the challenges that we have observed during the project period. And the opportunities observed were support access to quality and appropriate germplasm that are drought-tolerant varieties are very important. There is a research center in IST Fairs, which is IGAD Sheikh Technical Veterinary School, funded by IGAD through EU. This research center has a tissue culture lab, blood tissue culture lab, which enables farmers to source a quality and appropriate germplasm. Is an opportunity. We have some activities to link, the farmers in this institution, but unfortunately, due to the COVID-19, that was not happening, and most of the technical staff have been, affected by the movement restrictions in their countries. More funding to invest in projects successful green is another, opportunity to promote the government institutions in the mainstream and adoption of FMNR, and also to support the government to enforce the policies and laws enabling for regreening, because if laws are created but sitting on the shelf, it doesn't make any sense. So this, momentum needs to be continued. The key lessons include project funding was very small. It was just 500k euro for Somaliland case. Huge investments needed to significantly refresh vast area of degraded land. Government engagement and involvement enabling quality intervention and ensuring project sustainability. Intra-district village farmer-to-farmer exposure visit for colony has increased the confidence of FMNR approach by the rural community. They have seen with their own eyes how transformation happened. Other international development agencies among FAO, Oxfam, CARE, and ASF embraced the FMNR project model as effective and sustainable land restoration approach in Somali context. FAO has granted World Vision to implement FMNR in additional 18 villages other than 30 villages of Regreening project. World Vision leads some consortium of partners, including CARE, Oxfam, which integrated also FMNR land restoration approach. And this SOMREP has even invited Tony Ronaldo in 2016 in Somaliland, who have launched a major workshop in Somaliland. Tony Ronaldo visited 2016 Somaliland. That's all I have. Thank you very much. I hope that I have kept the time.
Timing was absolutely perfect. Thank you so much. And if we could stop sharing the screen, then I would love to invite each of our speakers from this session to be back in spotlight, please. We have Sammy Carson and Brian Wambua and Suleiman Fasum Dumbia, Mawa Karambiri, Bube Abdul Kadri, and we also have Ahmed Mohammed. So it'd be lovely to see everyone on the screen. This was a really exciting session. And I just want to thank everyone, because what's been fantastic is, first of all, we've really gotten into how value chains can drive both conservation, land restoration, and enhance livelihoods. And we've seen, and I think, Ibrahim, you put it that way, policies that enable action. And I appreciate so much the presentations that both unpacked the policy approach tied to practice and science, and for these very important shifts and changes that you've been able to create. And I apologize that we're not going to be able to ask you questions because of our time, but I want to thank you sincerely. You kept to time. And I just want everyone to give you a round of applause. It was just a lovely, lovely session, and you're getting a lot of kudos in the chat box. And please check the question and answer in case there's something you should answer directly. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Excellent presentations. And now we are going to move directly into the last session, which we want to hear the takeaways. And to do that, to facilitate that magnificently, we have invited Dr. Lee Wenawicki. And Lee, I'm just going to hand it off to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Constance, and a big warm welcome to the final wrap-up session of the Regreening Africa Roundtable, where we hope to finish this marathon of 4 hours with as much energy and insights as we started. We have brought together an esteemed panel to highlight key messages from the Regreening Africa project and how they can specifically and concretely inform future investments. So let's get started. My first question goes to Dr. Dennis Garrity, who is the chairman of the board at the Global Evergreening Alliance. Dr. Garrity, given your long and deep connection and history with Regreening Africa, what has surprised you most, and how can these lessons be brought into new initiatives to scale landscape restoration?
Well, thanks, Lee. It's great to be with you for this grand finale of such an extraordinary event. What has surprised me the most? Well, the surprises that I've had have been quite pleasant ones. I've been surprised by how well this vast program has been coordinated, and that it has become a shining beacon for how effective regional cross-country land restoration initiatives can be managed for that kind of real impact. I've been surprised that the contribution that was made by the Evergreen Agriculture Partnership originally in the design of the project was so successful, particularly in the transparent way in which the lead organizations and implementing partners were selected, and in mobilizing the partners' members, such as CRS and World Vision and Oxfam and many others. That process worked well, and it has now been continued in program development by the Global Evergreening Alliance. I'm very surprised at how the global interest in land restoration and in financial support for restoration has expanded as much as it has since this project began. And I'm particularly surprised that the race to zero of the UN Convention on Climate Change has been able to mobilize the commitments of thousands of corporations around the world to invest in reducing their greenhouse gas emissions and to purchase restoration carbon credits to make up the gap. This has been a tidal wave of restoration carbon investment, and it has opened up a big, wide window to expand the investment base for restoration. I know that Regreening Africa is attracting a lot of attention from the business sector right now to build new programs that may be based on this foundation. Lee, I've been surprised that the Global Evergreening Alliance has grown so quickly from the original Evergreen Agriculture Partnership to reach a size of 71 member organizations currently, which has enabled us to expand our mission to unite the great global NGO community to pursue massive land restoration programs, all building on the learnings of the Regreening Africa. And I'm surprised that the Alliance has been able to launch a major new successor program to Regreening Africa that aims to restore 2 million hectares of degraded land in Eastern and Southern Africa. I'm also surprised that the ultimate benefit of the Regreening project cannot be seen today. It will only be observed in the future as the waves of impact of Regreening Africa continue to ramify throughout the region and beyond. Indeed, Lee, there is a bright future ahead for land restoration, and I'm glad that Regreening Africa is driving that success. Congratulations, team.
Dennis, I am so inspired by your words, and I love the highlighting of coordination, and I see and feel the tidal wave of new initiatives to restore degraded land. So thank you so much. I am so pleased to bring our next panelist, Dr. Olaf Westerman, who is the Senior Technical Advisor on Climate Change and Natural Resource Management at Catholic Relief Services. Now, I'm going to be a bit naughty here, Olaf, and I'm going to ask you, what are the 3 words that best summarize Regreening Africa and why? Go ahead.
Wow, that is a difficult question, Lee, and thank you very much. And also thank you for inviting me, listening to this 3.5 hours. I've been here from the start as well, and I learn so much every time. So that's really a tall task for me to state that. But thinking about it, I think so 3 words that I would pick out would be partnership, collaboration would be the first, sort of together. The second one would be learning, and the third one would be integration. And I think so for partnership and collaboration, I think that is critical for everything that we have done. And I really appreciate what Dennis was saying about bringing all of these partners together. I think that not only is it research development practice, but it's also bringing often competing organizations together to work together and actually build that social capital, and beyond Regreening Africa, really trying to bring each other in other restoration efforts as well, because we have that relationships and we have those connections now. So that's really, and the co-design process is critical for everything we do, not only among ourselves, but also with the communities. And learning is, of course, a critical part of this. And I think you spoke to that, building evidence or evidence-based development is really critical for scaling as such, and that's something we do at CRS very much. It's the foundation of what Regreening Africa do, and it's the foundation of what we do. And I think so evidence-based scaling or evidence-based development, and use that for scaling. And then, of course, bringing in the joint reflection and learning workshops in that sense is so critical, bringing in all the stakeholders and learning together once again. And that comes back to sort of the last point, integration. So it's integration of people, it's integration of research and development, it's integration of many different practices. So it's not only FMNR and regreening, it's integration of FMNR and regreening with other practice, context-specific practices, water harvesting, grafting, whatever, seed quality seeds, value chain. So really bringing that integrated to have the highest impact. So I think those are the 3 words that I would highlight, but there are probably many others, but fantastic. So thank you very much.
Dear Olaf, I feel like we're making a new acronym, PLI. I'm not sure yet, but I absolutely love it. And thank you so much. And thanks for bringing a new term into our vernacular, evidence-based development. This is fantastic. And thank you, Olaf. I always learn something new from you. And I'm super pleased now to bring onto the panel Elvis Tanjum, who is coordinator of the Great Green Wall Initiative. Elvis, I have seen you online this entire 4 hours and going. So we really want to hear from you. What elements from Regreening Africa, from what you've heard today, what you've seen on the ground, do you see most helpful in supporting scaling and monitoring efforts in the Great Green Wall? Over to you, Elvis.
Thank you very much, Lee. And let me first of all say I'm very happy to see Dennis. It's been a very long time that I've not seen my mentor there. He disappeared. Dennis, please let me see you. How have you been?
Very good, Elvis. Good to see you.
It's been a long while. I'm happy that you are so strong and passionate as ever, you know. Thank you so much. Yes, what are the aspects that I have learned today that can support scaling? And which other aspect, Lee?
To support the Great Green Wall Initiative, what do you think we can carry forward? What could be the thread from Regreening Africa to really support Great Green Wall?
I think everything. That makes my answer very simple. Everything we can transfer it into the Great Green Wall. But seriously, just as Dennis talked about being surprised, I'm also very surprised. And I follow him to say I'm very surprised by what I have seen today. I deliberately sat, he said I was going to follow it all through, you know, to really see what I've been with Mike, I've been with Patrick's, and they presented during the Great Green Wall Regional Steering Committee that we had in Djibouti a few months down the line. And, you know, but so today I said, let me concentrate on this program and really see what are the things that I can capture from it, and where are the entry points that we can have if I really want to say, let me advise our member states and the other Great Green Wall partners to get into some sort of the synergies, the collaboration, and the knowledge management that we all so much yearn for. But before I go to that, I have to say, like many of our colleagues have said, the context is very important. We are living in a very strange world today, Lee. You know that very well. We are living in a world where we are going, people want to go back to the basics. I think the world has become so complicated that we really have to really go back to the basics. And restoration is one of the basics of our lives. So I think this is the best time as far as restoration concerns in terms of sub-regional, national, regional, and what we call continental framework and policies. This is the best time for restoration. Best time in terms of the realization of the need for restoration, the need for adaptation, the need for mitigation, and the importance that these actions or these activities can bring to as not alternative, as solutions to the global crisis that we have today. Here we talk about the nature-based solutions, we talk about ecological services, we talk about all the impacts that restoration can create as a way of providing answers to the current development, environmental, and climate change quagmire that we have today. But I think key lessons, key things that we can take from here to the Great Green Wall. Or not, I think Bernard said it. Regreening can very much, I don't know whether it's support or the regreening is doing so much for the implementation of the Great Green Wall already. I think one aspect of it, which is what is really dear to our strategy, is the issues of synergies that I have seen here, collaboration and the sharing of information. That is one part of it. The second part of it is what I saw the presentation from my sister there, Karen Berry. You know, we used to be in Ouagadougou together when she was a young student.
Great, okay.
I think our presentation is so important for us because it's about how do we engage policy? How do we bring policy into all of this? And I have seen clearly the steps taken by this program, and I think that in itself is very important for us. And I will go back to her to say, how to bring it up to some of our activities so that we can start sharing. Another aspect is the
Elvis,
yeah.
I'm going to ask you if it's okay if I just allow you to stop there, because you really, highlighted the need for coordination, and thank you so much for being with us today, because we are going to rely on you to connect us to the Great Green Wall actors, to the member states, and as you have done in the past. And thank you so much for really grounding us that restoration is the basis of our life and can help us respond to global challenges. Now, due to time, I'm going to thank you so sincerely. And I see Dennis with a big smile. He's so glad to see you as well. And I'm going to invite Irene Kibon. She is the project coordinator for Regreening Homa Bay with FMNR from World Vision Kenya. We talk about this amazing partnership with science, development, government, policy. So my question for you, Irene, is what are the key insights and lessons learned from this once unique partnership? And how has the project really benefited from bringing together these various actors? And you have only 3 minutes. Thanks, Irene.
Thank you so much. Kindly confirm if I'm audible enough.
You are audible and we see you. Go ahead.
Thank you. So you've put it in a very good way. I like the way you're putting it as a unique partnership. So this has been a very unique and a very unique partnership for us as an organization. Through Regreening Africa project, we've developed serious partnerships and networks across. And this has been strategic for us as an World Vision, because this is an approach we use to achieve our milestones in the development work we do. And as an organization, we've also worked with other cross-cutting partners across the board. And that's the key lessons we've learned so far, and the insights have helped us benefit throughout this journey is, number one, policy and advocacy. So we are able to accelerate our voice together to advocate and support the development of national and regional frameworks that help us to create policy, which is a favorable environmental policy for the interventions of our framework. So these partnerships we've had has really helped us accelerate our voice, and we've done it together with our partners. And also the other thing that is very key to us is the issue of integration. And it's only through these partnerships that we've managed to integrate. And from this integration, we've been able to minimize wastage on resources. We've been able to avoid duplication of responsibilities. And especially, we've also been able to leverage on the existing structures and the technical expertise that is that comes with the partnerships. So some of the areas of leverage we've actually throughout this journey is the areas of scientific research, and partnering with these key partners. As we as World Vision, we are social workers, and we do more of social research. But through this partnership, we've been able to conduct scientific research, and we look forward to continuing this partnership. Another thing is synergies and collaboration. So we've worked with several partners. An interesting partner is the communities. So partnering with communities and other like-minded development partners has enhanced the synergy and empowerment by complementing all our leverages, including scientific research, including, and also it has an ability for us and as an organization, and also it has promoted a wide impact for us. So last but not least, this one is on funding opportunities. So with the right partnerships, networks, linkages, we stand a higher chance in accessing and attracting more funding that will help address and promote environmental stewardship, climate change, and disaster resilience. So going forward, just to keep time, going forward, we're looking forward to working with all the development partners, especially those in on areas of data management, monitoring milestones, especially in restoration, and also figuring out how data can be translated into scaling implementation. Thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity.
Irene, thank you so much. I love it. You're like, let's take this collaboration and partnership forward and keep going and, you know, to accelerate impact on the ground. So well said. Thank you so much, Irene. And now thank you. I have the pleasure to bring Nicholas Gottman, who's the Policy Officer of Land and Environment for INSPA at the European Commission. And I hope Nicholas will be spotlighted and can join us because he has a very important role here. So your question today is, what is one or two of the most important lessons for important donors such as the European Union to take away from such an initiative like Regreening Africa? Welcome, Nicholas.
Thank you, Lee. And well, just to answer to what you just said, I don't think I'm necessarily important here. I think it's all the people that we heard from today that are truly the heroes of this, and truly the most important people here, because they're the ones carrying out the work on the ground, and really creating change for people in their respective communities and localities. So we're just sitting here. I'm sitting in Brussels right now, and looking at it from a distance. So yes, your question has more of a macro aspect after talking about a lot of micro aspects today. But I think personally, what I'm taking away in my position right now, sitting here in Brussels, also three small things, and I think one of those things is especially clear to me after today's roundtable. So I think the first one, very short one, is to really make sure that in the programs that we're developing, obviously together with all the relevant stakeholders, is to really make sure that we anchor ourselves and see local policies as a starting point, and see how we can work with those first and foremost, because those are established sets of rules that we're going to have to, basically work from, and have to see how we can empower people to work with, reform those policies in order to make sure that we're moving towards the successes that we've set out for ourselves at the beginning of a specific program. The second one, and I think also this very event very much shows that, is really the power of partnership. And I hate to repeat it, but because everyone before me has said it, but I think it's also important to repeat the things that truly are evident. And I think from Regreening Africa, we really learned the lesson that partnership is absolutely crucial, is that we're trying to, even with the differences that we have in the way that we approach things, we're really trying to get everyone around the same table and try to figure things out. And from the perspective of us as a donor organization, I think it's really there, and I've seen that today as well, where you create the sort of leverage we normally envision with the few money that we have to create a movement, to create the kind of impact we would like to see our money making. And it's great to see, someone like Irene talk about that very thing, to really make sure that we create the most possible impact with the money that we're spending. And then I also need to admit, and this is something that Dennis also alluded to, is that we do need to see how we can create a longer time horizon. Because if we're speaking about restoration, first of all, nature needs more time than just normal project cycle. And at the same time, human relationships take time to build and to sustain. So obviously there, I don't have the answers how we can necessarily, but it's a starting process, right? But really to see that with these things and thinking about sustainability in general, we need to see how we can increase the time horizon for the things that we do, for how we engage. So I'm taking that away as well. But yeah, to wrap it up the same way I started, I'd like to just congratulate everyone on the amazing work. Unfortunately, I only entered this program at a late stage, but it's amazing to see what you've accomplished over the last 5 years. And yeah, I would just like to wish you all the best, and thanks a lot, and keep it up. Back to you, Lee.
Thanks so much, Nicholas. And I wish we had more time. And really that philosophical ending of nature takes time, but so do relationships, and the partnerships is so critical to this program. So thank you so much for bringing that into the conversation. And now we have our final panelist. And I'm so pleased that our closing panelist is youth, because the future is in their hands. So Milton Oboka is the co-founder and executive director of One Vision Kenya and youth coordinator at Devolution and Climate Change Adaptation Program. Big, warm welcome, Milton. I hope you're energized and inspired by this 4-hour session. So please, Milton, what do you see as the way forward? And could you shed some light and leave us with some inspiring words on the critical role of youth to build resilient landscapes and livelihoods? Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks so much, Lee. I'm also glad to be here and even share a panel with a veteran like Dennis. He's an inspiration to us, all of us are young people. And I would also like to say that One Vision Kenya has been working closely with World Vision and the Regreening Africa team in Migori County when it's come to the implementation of the program. Specifically, I've been in charge of working with the community when it's come to, promoting the FMNR in Migori County. So thank you so much. To the point, I would like to say that it's true the world is facing a lot of challenges, and it's critical to climate change, environmental degradation. And it's also very important to involve young people because it's very, very important when they spearhead the process and shape the future they really long to see. And I would say that when we engage young people, it's very, very important when we engage them meaningfully and give them a platform where they can hone their leadership skills. It's also very important. And within this platform, it's also very important when we avail opportunities which can make them to grow professionally and even grow within the organization. And I would say that when we design programs or projects, and because experience I have running different projects is that sometimes when we design projects, we are not specific to, how we really want to engage young people. And we also only think about this during the implementation stage. So when it wasn't at the design stage, it is not easy for us to do something at the implementation stage. But if we really want to do, it won't be that effective. And this is where sometimes we miss it when it comes to engaging young people meaningfully. And when we design specific program for targeting young people, the question we really need to ask ourselves is this something exciting to young people? Is it something promising to young people? Is it something which is going to build their leadership skills? Is this something which has great opportunities for growth for young people? And again, if we are going to actually have programs targeting young people, who is going to engage these young people? Because engaging young people is not science, it is an art. So sometimes you could be such brilliant chap, but how to engage with young people, you could be clueless. So whoever engages with young people is somebody who really need to understand these young people, where they come from, and have strong empathetic values. So in a nutshell, that's what I really wanted to say, that for us to engage young people meaningfully, we need to give them opportunity where we don't just view them as the beneficiaries only, but we want platform whereby they are beneficiaries, they are partners, and these platforms give them an opportunity to build their leadership skills. So thank you so much, and I'm glad to be here.
Thank you so much, Milton. I love that engagement is not only a science, but an art. And I think that really places the needed emphasis on what the previous panelists have also highlighted as the core role of collaboration and partnership. So thank you for bringing your voice into this conversation. And while I've so enjoyed all the panelists and I'm so grateful for all of their insights, it is time for us to close out the session and the 4-hour roundtable. So with that, I am so pleased to hand the microphone to Mika Bourne, the project manager of Regreening Africa, to close out the session. Thank you so much, Mika, for being here. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Lee. And what a fantastic closing insights, lessons, sharing from that group. So thank you so much, Lee. Okay, we've been here for a long time. I just wanted to say a few thank yous and have 3 parting messages as we close up. So thank you to everybody that participated, for your questions, for your engagement, for staying with us for this quite long roundtable. Thank you to everyone that presented. Really insightful. I think it shows the depth and the breadth of the work that has been happening and the collaboration and all of those different aspects we've highlighted. And thank you to the team that's really supported to bring this together, from interpretation to those that have supported on communications and hosting this event. So thank you to everyone. We really appreciate. Just wanted to close on 3 summary messages that I think wrap up some of the points that have come out. This large-scale restoration is possible. It really is possible, but we need these strong partnerships, and we need to match our practices and approaches to local contexts. And we need to be at the ground level. There is a role for science, evidence, and monitoring to really accelerate restoration impact on the ground. We know that we have to focus on incentives. Restoration depends on the people that live in the communities that manage the land to undertake this restoration. So we need value chains, and with equitable economic benefits, as well as an enabling policy environment to both make the work possible, but also ensure that there's benefits flowing to those at the community level. So I think with that, it's time for us to close up. We'll be having lots of insight briefs and information coming out of the program in the coming months. We don't finish up until February next year, so we will have another event to showcase the final results. But thank you everyone for being online. We've shared all of our contact details in the chat. Please reach out. We look forward to working with all of you and to collaborating to really restore this continent. So thank you, everybody. Have a great evening or morning wherever you are, and goodbye.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Interesting, wonderful. Thank you. Hi, Constance.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks very much.
Hi.
Happy to see you again.
Thanks so much, Elvis. It was great to have you there for the whole time. That was amazing.
Thank you very much. It was great.
Merci, Anna.
Merci à vous. Merci. Ciao.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. That was fantastic. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, well done. Well done.
Thanks, everybody. It was good.
Okay, Pierre, you can shut it down, I think. Thank you, everybody. This was really fantastic.
Thank you. Bye.
Take care, everyone. Bye.